Somebody have something nice.
Yeah, man. I mean,
make us well carry us through, holding us by His hand, carrying us through Zion, get on that glory road, get on that glory road. Zion is always on the road clear of fasting. Niggas will carry us through, holding us by His hand, carrying us through. Get on that glory road, my Lord, get on that glory road. Zion is always on the road is a fasting. Make us well carry us through, holding us by His hand, carrying us through Zion. Get on the glory road. Yes, get on the glory road. Zion is always on the road is a fasting. Make us well carry us through, holding us by His hand, carrying us through Zion. Get on the glory road. Yeah.
Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Call for virtual reference in the virtual courts of Rastafari. But now thus said the Lord that created thee, O Jacob, that and he that formed thee, O Israel. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. And thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee. And through the rivers they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon us. Will Emmanuel I Selassie. Pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head of a beard. Even here and beard that went down unto the skirts of his garments. As it you affirm, man, as it you are listening upon the mountain of Zion. For me, the Lord commanded His Majesty, bless love, live it, love, life, and love forevermore. God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of our flesh, how thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, your Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari, fear not, for I am with thee. I will bring thy seeds from the east and gather thee from the west. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back. Keep not back. Bring my sons from afar and my daughters from the end of the earth. Even everyone that is called by my name, for I have created him for my glory. I have formed him, yea, I have made him, said the Lord our God, the black Christ. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie.
Yeah, Rastafari.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress, one and all give thanks for the Ethiopia Africa Black International of Elders recently. Glorify our loved ones in Christ who took up moment of their busy schedule and come to fellowship one to another. We pray that the agenda and the program will be inspiring and encouraging us to always, be better than we was yesterday. And with such, we give thanks and we continue with our verse, our opening hymn for this evening period of reasoning. Hymn 680 from the Sacred Songs and Solos. Stand up for Negos, ye soldiers of the throne. Honorable Empress Maisie, Majesty bless.
And give thanks, Honorable Chair, and blessed greetings to one and all. Glorify. Stand up for niggas.
Ye soldiers of the throne.
Soldiers have Jah throne.
Lift high the royal banner.
Lift high Jah royal banner.
It must not suffer loss.
It must not suffer long.
Not suffer loss.
From victory unto victory. Precisely. Jamisha Ile.
Till every voice vanquished.
In every foe is vanquished.
And Christ is Lord indeed.
With Christ, our Lord indeed.
Stand up for Negos.
Stand up for niggas.
Ye soldiers of the throne.
Ye soldiers of the throne.
Lift high the royal banner.
Lift high the royal banner.
It must not suffer loss.
It must not suffer long.
Stand up for Negos.
Stand up for niggas.
The trumpet call obey.
The trumpet calls obey.
Forth to the mighty conflict.
Oh, to the mighty conflict.
In this, the glorious day.
In this, our glorious day.
He that a man now serve him.
Be that a man now serving.
Against unnumbered foes.
In unnumbered foes.
Let courage rise with danger.
Let courage rise, danger.
And strength to strength oppose.
And strength to strength oppose.
For Negos.
Stand up for niggas.
Ye soldiers of the throne.
Hey, soldiers of Jah throne.
Lift high the royal
Lift
banner.
high Jah royal banner. It must not suffer long.
Stand up, Panigos.
Stand up for niggas.
Stand in your strength alone.
Stand in just strength alone.
The arm of flesh will fail you.
The arms of flesh will fail
You dare
you.
not trust your own.
You dare not trust your
Put
home.
on the gospel armor.
Put on the gospel armor.
And watching unto prayer.
And watching on to prayer.
Where duty calls or danger.
Where beauty calls a danger.
Be never wanting there.
Be never wanted there.
Stand up, Panigos.
Stand up,
Ye soldiers of
Panigos.
the
Hey,
throne.
soldiers of Jah
Lift high the
throne.
royal
Lift
banner.
high Jah royal
It must
banner.
not suffer loss.
It must not suffer loss.
Chorus humming.
Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Stand up for
Soldiers of
niggas.
the throne.
Hey, soldiers of the
Lift high the
true,
royal
lift
banner.
high the royal
It must not
banner.
suffer loss.
It must not suffer long.
Stand up, coming down.
Stand up for
The
niggas.
strife not belong.
It's strive not to be long.
This day the noise of battle.
This day the noise of battle.
The next the victor's song.
The next, the victor sound.
To him that overcometh.
To him that overcometh.
A crown of life shall
A
be.
crown of life shall be.
We with our King of glory.
We wait our King of glory.
Reign eternally.
Will reign eternally.
Stand up, Panigos coming down.
Stand up for niggas.
Ye soldiers of the
Hey,
throne.
soldiers of Jah
Lift
throne.
high the royal
Lift
banner.
high your royal banner.
It must not suffer loss coming down.
It must not suffer loss in our holy Mount Zion. Zion, Zion, Lord, holy Mount Zion. Zion, mighty Redeemer, wonderful Savior, Jehovah, Jah,
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Back to the chair.
Honorable Majesty Empress Miriam with the angelic voice, we give thanks for such
My Lord,
a wonderful rendition of the
my
opening hymn.
Lord.
And
Give
we call
thanks.
for beloved brethren, Honorable Priest Nappy, with a welcoming word to us all. Majesty bless my Lord.
Yes, Majesty. Out of love, family. I hope everything is good in each and every one space where they are at the moment, whether in the South of America, North of America, in Africa, in the Caribbean, wherever one space is. We pray and hope that peace is there in our surrounding. I constantly. We give thanks for the moment that each and every one take. Come sit and commune one to another, you know. Reason everything that must be reasoned to our right. You know, so we commune one to another again and ask for the blessings of the Father to open our heart door wide and speak truth, speak knowledge, and above all, you know, get understanding. So give thanks one and all, peace and safety, heart of love to I and I family, four wings of the earth, most high, Eli, Selassie,
Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
my Lord
My
and
Lord.
Majesty, out of love.
Majesty bless.
Oh, give
Yeah.
thanks, Honorable Priest Snappy. Give thanks to the Council of Elders. Roll call for today, February 22nd, 2026. Honorable Leading Empress Miriam.
Greetings, Honorable.
Honorable Leading Empress Lily May.
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Dion.
Blessed love for all family.
Honorable Priest Aimsley.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present family.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Greetings, family.
Honorable Priest Earl.
One perfect love.
Honorable Priest Seven.
My Lord and Empress, blessed.
That's it. Honorable Priest Brown.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
And Honorable Iras Levi.
Rastafari, blessed.
And myself, Honorable Empress Tricia. Let the records reflect that 11 members are present at the beginning of today's meeting. We ask that ones keep hydrated throughout the entire program. Please get your refreshing drinks, your coconut water, your fruit juice water, your regular water, anything that keeps you refreshed, your nuts, your grains, or whatever you may need, because we have a very lengthy program and important program today. We also ask that ones, are you ready to take notes? We ask that you get your pen, your pad, your computers, whatever that you need to take notes for today's program. I'd like to welcome each and everyone again. Good morning. 2 things to remember in life. Take care of your thoughts when you are alone and your words when you are with people, my Lord and Empress. Today's inspiration comes from the Honorable Priest Rasavana. It's something that he wrote on humility a couple weeks ago. Humility is a prerequisite of divinity. Humility is a personality of one who is humble. Humility is without pretentiousness. It is knowing your worth, that you are no more valuable than another. Humility allows the acknowledgement and the value of everyone and the willingness to be teachable by all, regardless of their status. Humility is possessing power, but seeing it as a responsibility. Humility is understanding that opposition and disregard requires no resistance or opposing reactions, but instead requires tolerance and understanding. Humility is understanding that hate and violence may require defense for self-preservation, but instituted with love to gain peace. Resisting force with force causes destruction. It is finding a balance which neutralizes force. For example, the negativity generated by the acts of inequality and unfair practices are offset by justice and fairness, which creates balance. Violence may require There are times when circumstances beyond one's control may require equal or greater force to create a balance of peace. But this is in extreme cases. If a situation is created that makes a peaceful resolution impossible, the alternative is a violent and destructive revolution. Seek peace and vigorously pursue it. Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Welcome, and royal family to another EABIC Council of Elders program. Today's topic of discussion will be divided into two segments. The first segment is on the 40-day fast, its origins and purposes, while the second segment will introduce the first of a series of discussions entitled The Teachings of the Masters of the Far East. We will be exploring the heights of spiritual consciousness, the sharing of some unbelievable human capabilities. So get ready, as this will require keen listening and an open mind. The journey begins as I welcome the Honorable Priest Imesley to introduce the first segment, my Lord and Empress, Prince and Princess.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. And as this journey continues, yes, we can begin now. And we give thanks for these reasonings. You know, when we come with an objective mind, it's about old saying, if you come to a tea party, don't come with a full cup. Come with an empty cup so you can get some tea. Continue. The institutionalization of spiritually altered the uniqueness of its expression. Read that again. The institutionalization of spirituality altered the uniqueness of its expression. The ancestors understood that spirituality is innate and that it connects each person to their source of existence and being. Our African ancestors deciphered many of the earthly mysteries and understood how the cosmos interacted with the earth. The ancestors were cognizant of the science of life, and their teaching was a mirror about self-awareness and liberty. The truth sets us free and shapes our faith, which builds confidence in God, which God's spirit within. For those seeking to be free, they become part of truth, which is the science of liberation. You can send the link to priest as well. I don't know if you have the number. The theology of the Black Christ and most divine spirits rising post-slavery have dug deep to return to I and I, the remembrance of our ancient traditions. Awakening to our divine consciousness doesn't happen instantly, as it takes time to be holy. The inner consciousness and coded memory identify things that are, for example,
Seem like you're having some technical difficulty on over here.
yeah.
The
So
theology
far,
of the Black Christ. The theology of the Black Christ and most divine spirits rising post-slavery have dug deep to return to I and I, the remembrance of our ancient traditions. Awakening our divine consciousness doesn't happen instantly, as it takes time to be holy. The inner consciousness and coded memory identifies things that affect the well-being of the individual. For example, fasting and prayer. In today's presentation, the Council of Elders will sankofa to a time before Africans were forced to adopt European interpretation of I and I spirituality. To get an understanding of the origins of our rituals, such as Lent, the Lent fasting. The Council's intentions are to clarify the original purpose of our rituals and to identify how these practices became part of our ceremonial order. Our practices must be based on truth or facts and science to be meaningful. Let us now sankofa into antiquity and let knowledge restore our power. To be continued.
Humanity has lived for thousands of years under the heavy shadow of lies. Lies that were dressed as truths, doctrines, and unquestionable wisdom. 4,000 years of conditioning, of accepting what is told rather than seeking what is true. And now the time has come to awaken. Not to rebel against the world, but to awaken to your own consciousness, to see through the illusions that have chained your mind. For truth is simple, and lies are complicated. The moment you choose to see clearly, you step out of the cage built by centuries of deception. This is not a battle with the world. It is a journey into yourself, to discover what is real, what is alive, and what is free. For 4,000 years, humanity has been living under layers of illusions, believing that the path shown to them is the only path, believing that what is told is the ultimate truth. The stories that have been passed down from generation to generation are not always the stories of reality. They are the stories of those who wanted power, those who wanted control. And slowly, without noticing, the mind of man became a field of lies, where reality was buried under rituals, doctrines, and rules that have no connection with the essence of life. People were taught to fear, to obey, to follow, to never question, and in the process, their own inner light was dimmed. 4,000 years of conditioning have taught humanity that to think independently is dangerous, that to seek truth is rebellion, that to look inward is unnecessary. And yet the seed of awareness has always existed in each individual, silently waiting, silently yearning to break the barriers of falsehood. To see the lies clearly, one must first stop believing in the masks, the pretenses, the accepted norms that society has carefully built. One must watch without judgment, without attachment, without the desire to conform, and in that silent observation, the first glimpse of freedom appears. The lies are not only in the world, they are within, inside the mind, inside the emotions, inside the desires. 4,000 years of lies have convinced you that happiness comes from outside, that love is something to be acquired, that power is something to be sought. And so people live their lives in pursuit of shadows, chasing illusions, never daring to enter the depths of themselves where reality resides. To live truthfully is to question everything, to see through the veils of tradition, to challenge the teachings that were never meant to awaken you, but to keep you asleep. And as you begin to question, as you begin to feel the restlessness of the soul that refuses to be bound, you will notice the subtle lies that have entered your own consciousness, the fears, the judgments, the self-imposed limitations. 4,000 years of lies have created a world that seems normal because everyone is asleep, because everyone is participating in the same play, because everyone is repeating what they were told to repeat. But the moment you stop, the moment you observe, the moment you refuse to accept what is handed to you, the moment you dare to see what has never been seen, the first spark of freedom appears. And that spark is not a doctrine, not a rule, not a belief. It is the raw, naked awareness of what is. Awareness does not belong to any tradition, any religion, any leader. Awareness is the liberation of the soul, the awakening of the mind, the discovery that life has never lied. Only you have been misled. Only humanity has been entangled in the nets woven by centuries of deception. The lies are clever. They dress themselves as morality, as duty, as culture, as civilization. But beneath them is fear, and the fear has been fed generation after generation so deeply that people do not even recognize that they are afraid. 4,000 years of lies have made fear appear as truth, obedience appear as virtue, conformity appear as wisdom, and the individual appear as insignificant. But the individual is everything. The individual is the universe itself. And when one dares to awaken, when one dares to see, the entire illusion begins to crumble. And in the crumbling, in the dissolution of the old, there is the birth of something unprecedented, something that has never been taught, something that has never been described, something that simply is. The truth that lives, that flows, that moves freely without chains, without systems, without rituals, without doctrines. To embrace this truth is to embrace life, and life has always been waiting for those who are ready to see, to feel, to understand, to dissolve the 4,000 years of lies that have clouded the mind, that have chained the heart, that have silenced the soul. The world has been built on deception, and the moment you see through it, the freedom to live authentically arises. But to see through it, you must first understand how deeply deception has entered your consciousness. It is not only in the institutions, not only in the books, not only in the traditions, it is in the very way you perceive life. From childhood you are taught to accept without questioning, to obey without understanding, to follow without knowing where the path leads. Slowly the lies become your truth, and the truth becomes invisible. You do not even realize you are living in a world constructed by minds that were themselves conditioned, carrying forward a heritage of fear, guilt, and borrowed beliefs. These lies were never created to help you grow. They were created to make you manageable, predictable, easily shaped into roles that serve society but destroy your individuality. And because everyone around you lives the same way, it feels normal, it feels comfortable, it feels safe. But beneath that comfort is a trembling, a sense that something is missing, something essential, something you cannot name. That emptiness is the silent cry of the soul asking you to look beyond the layers of deception. The lies have made you afraid of yourself. They have taught you to distrust your own intuition, to ignore your own feelings, to silence your own voice. And when a person loses connection with themselves, They become easy to control. This is how deception survives. It weakens the individual until they can no longer distinguish their own thoughts from those imposed upon them. You become a reflection of a collective sleep. To see through the deception, you must develop the courage to stand alone, even if the whole world stands on the other side. Truth does not demand followers, it demands seekers. Lies demand followers because they cannot survive without a crowd. A single conscious human being becomes dangerous to a world built on lies, because consciousness is contagious. When you begin to see, others feel inspired to see. When you begin to question, others feel permission to question. And the lies tremble because they depend on blind acceptance, not conscious understanding. The deception of the world is subtle. It does not scream, it whispers. It tells you what you should desire. It tells you what success means. It tells you who you should be, how you should behave, what you should fear, what you should worship, what you should sacrifice. And without noticing, you become someone else, someone manufactured, someone shaped by 4,000 years of expectations. This is the tragedy. The deception becomes so normal that you cannot imagine life without it. You defend the very chains that confine you. The moment you start observing these patterns, cracks appear in the wall of illusion. And through those cracks, a little light enters. That light is dangerous to the lies because light reveals everything. When you become aware, deception loses its power. A lie cannot survive when it is seen as a lie. It collapses instantly. The entire structure of falsehood stands only because you believe in it. The moment belief drops, the structure falls. This is why awareness is the greatest revolution possible. But awareness cannot be forced from outside. It must arise within. You cannot be awakened by another person's truth. You can only be awakened by your own clarity. The world offers you ready-made truths, ready-made identities, ready-made philosophies, because ready-made things are easy to sell, easy to distribute, easy to control. But truth is not a commodity. Truth is a discovery. And discovery requires that you walk alone, that you trust your own inner compass, that you stop borrowing your understanding from others. The deception of the world also thrives on fear. Fear is the fuel of control. If you are afraid, you can be manipulated. If you are afraid, you will cling to authority. If you are afraid, you will never step outside the boundaries of the known. This is why fear has been used for thousands of years. The fear of punishment, the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of being different, the fear of exploring your own consciousness. These fears have been planted in you so deeply that you carry them as if they are your own. But they are not yours. They were given to you so that you never discover your true strength. And when you begin to see through fear, when you begin to understand that fear itself is a creation, a shadow produced by centuries of conditioning, something miraculous happens. The shadow begins to dissolve. You realize that fear has no substance. It is made of your own imagine. And when fear dissolves, the lies lose their foundation. A fearless soul cannot be deceived because fear is the very soil in which deception grows. Authentic living becomes possible only when you are no longer shaped by lies. Authentic living means living from your own center, your own clarity, your own insights. It means responding to life, not reacting from conditioning. It means being free from the expectations of others. It means discovering that your life is not meant to be a repetition of the past, but an expression of your own inner truth. And this kind of life becomes a danger to the world of deception, because it inspires others to break free as well. The moment you see through the lies, you realize how unnecessary they were. You realize that truth was always available, always present, always waiting. But truth does not force itself. Lies force, truth invites. Lies shout, truth whispers. Lies dominate, truth liberates. This is why only a few people find truth, because the majority are too busy listening to the noise of deception to live authentically. You must become silent enough to hear the whisper of truth within yourself. This silence is not the silence of suppression. It is the silence of awareness. In this silence, you begin to observe the mind, the thoughts, the beliefs, the habits, the fears. And as you observe, the layers of deception slowly peel away. You start seeing what is real and what is borrowed. You start seeing what is essential and what is imposed. You start seeing what truly arises from you and what comes from centuries of conditioning. The transformation begins in that moment of clarity, when you recognize that you're not the product of the world, not the product of history, not the product of society. You are a presence, a consciousness, an awareness untouched by lies. And from that awareness, a new life becomes possible. A lie. Fee not shaped by 4,000 years of deception, but by the truth that has always been at your core. Lies are not just external, they live inside you, in your thoughts, fears, and desires, and must be recognized before liberation. The world outside can deceive you only because there is already a space inside that collaborates with the deception. You carry within you the echoes of thousands of years, the voices of ancestors, cultures, religions, teachers, systems, each whispering what you should be, how you should live, what you should believe. Slowly, these voices become your own inner dialogue. You forget they were planted there. You begin to think they are your authentic thoughts. And this is how the lies move from the outside to the inside, becoming part of your inner landscape, becoming disguised as your own identity. The deception becomes intimate, silent, invisible. And once lies settle inside you, you no longer need anyone to control you. You begin to control yourself according to the programming you carry. Inside the mind, lies take many forms. Some appear as fear. Fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of being alone, fear of being different. Some appear as desires. Desires that are not truly yours but borrowed from society. You want what others want, not because it brings you joy, but because it brings you approval. And approval becomes more important than authenticity. Even your dreams are infected by the world. They are not born from your heart, but from comparison, imitation, and conditioning. You imagine your ambitions are your own, but if you look closely, you will discover they come from the expectations of others. Lies flourish in this confusion. This inability to distinguish between what is yours and what is imposed, to recognize the internal lie, is the greatest challenge. It is easy to point at the world and say it has deceived you. It is easy to blame institutions, traditions, leaders, books. But the real work begins when you realize that the world's influence survives inside you. The chains are not on your hands, they are in your mind. And these chains are subtle. They do not hurt, they comfort you. They give you an identity, a direction, a sense of belonging. Lies are seductive because they offer simplicity, clarity, certainty. The truth is dangerous because it requires courage, responsibility, and awareness. Lies give you ready-made answers. Truth gives you only questions, which you must explore alone. The lie inside you is clever. It takes the form of your voice, so you never suspect it. It makes you believe you are choosing freely when you are simply repeating the past. It convinces you that you are thinking when you are merely reacting. It tells you what is right and wrong based on rules you never examined. It tells you what success means based on measurements you never questioned. It tells you how you should love, how you should behave, how you should dream. It shapes the boundaries of your life without ever revealing its presence. And because the lie speaks as you, you trust it. To recognize it, you must learn the art of inner observation, watching your thoughts as if they do not belong to you, watching your reactions as if they come from someone else, watching your desires and asking whether they arise from your soul or from conditioning. The more you observe, the more distance appears between you and the contents of your mind, and this distance is essential. Without distance, there is no clarity. Without clarity, there is no freedom. When you begin to see your thoughts as visitors, not as your identity, you begin to understand that many of them are intruders, carrying the weight of centuries. The internal lie also expresses itself as guilt. Guilt is one of the most powerful tools ever created to control the human being. Guilt convinces you that your natural impulses are wrong, that your authenticity is dangerous, that your freedom is sinful. Guilt keeps you in conflict with yourself, and a divided person cannot rebel against deception. When you are constantly judging yourself, you have no energy to question the structure that created your guilt in the first place. Guilt makes you obedient, fearful, and insecure. It forces you to look for validation outside because you no longer trust your own heart. This is how the lie continues its existence, by making you doubt yourself at every step. There is also the lie of identity. You begin to identify yourself with roles, names, labels, professions, relationships, beliefs. You think you are these things, and once you accept that identity, you defend it. You become a guardian of your own prison. You protect the very walls that limit your consciousness. You defend is not your real self. It is a collection of borrowed ideas. But you fear losing it because you have never tasted your true self. To discover your essence, you must be willing to let go of the lies you call me. And this is the most difficult step, because the false self feels familiar, comfortable, known, while the real self is unknown, vast, and mysterious. To recognize internal deception, silence is needed. Not the silence of forced discipline, but the silence of awareness. When the mind becomes quiet, even for a moment, you will see the patterns of thought more clearly. You will notice the constant repetition, the mechanical nature, the borrowed structure. You will see how you replay the same ideas again. Awakening is not rebellion. It is the silent, courageous act of seeing truth beyond the illusions of history, tradition, and conformity. Rebellion fights the outer world, but awakening transforms the inner world. Rebellion shouts, awakening listens. Rebellion is against someone, awakening is for oneself. And when you begin to awaken, you realize that the world you thought you had to fight was only a projection of the world you carried within. The real change begins not by attacking the structures outside, but by observing the structures inside that you have unconsciously obeyed for years, perhaps for lifetimes. The moment you start seeing clearly, without fear and without desire, you step out of the long chain of blind followers who walk in circles, repeating the past again and again. Awakening is the first step toward breaking this repetition. History has given you its stories, its doctrines, its commandments, its achievements, and its wounds. And you carry all of this as if it belongs to you. But none of it is yours. You did not choose your traditions, you inherited them. You did not choose your beliefs, they were given to you. You did not choose your values, they were supplied long before you had the capacity to question. Awakening means to pause for a moment and ask, is this truly mine, or is this just handed to me by a past that never knew me? Awakening is the courage to examine everything you have accepted without awareness. And the moment you begin to examine, much that you thought was truth falls apart like dust. Tradition has great power because it comes wrapped in the authority of age. If something has been repeated for thousands of years, people assume it must be true. But time does not transform a lie into truth. It only makes the lie familiar. And the familiar feels safe. You cling to it because stepping away from it feels like stepping into the unknown. Awakening demands that you dare to walk into the unknown within yourself. It asks you to let go of the comfort that comes from belonging to a crowd. It asks you to stand alone, not in arrogance, but in clarity. This aloneness is not loneliness. It is the discovery of your own center, which has been waiting patiently beneath layers of borrowed wisdom. Conformity whispers that belonging is more important than authenticity. It tells you that fitting in is safer than being free. It assures you that the crowd knows the path, even though the crowd has been lost for centuries. Awakening breaks this illusion. It reveals that the crowd is not walking toward truth, it is merely walking together. And walking together is not the same as walking in the right direction. The comfort of conformity is a drug. Awakening means becoming sober, alert, aware. It means stepping out of the line even if the whole world remains in it. The awakened person does not follow, does not imitate, does not borrow. They discover, they observe, they understand. Rebellion is noisy because it is afraid. Awakening is silent because it is confident. Rebellion seeks to change others. Awakening changes oneself. Rebellion reacts to the world. Awakening responds to reality. Rebellion destroys old structures, but rarely creates anything new. Awakening dissolves the old from within and allows the new to arise naturally. The awakened person does not impose their truth on anyone because truth cannot be imposed. It can only be lived. And in living, it invites others to look within themselves. Awakening is contagious, not because it forces others to change, but because its presence awakens something that has been sleeping in every human being. The illusions of history are heavy. They have been carried by countless generations, each one adding its own layer of misunderstanding, fear, and ambition. These illusions shape nations, religions, cultures, and identities. But awakening exposes their fragility. It shows that all external structures are temporary, while your inner awareness is eternal. When you awaken, history loses its grip on you. Tradition becomes a reference, not a cage. Culture becomes something to appreciate, not something to obey blindly. You begin to see that the world is filled with noise, trying to distract you from the simple truth that has always lived within. Awakening requires attention, not forced attention, but a gentle, conscious awareness of every thought, every emotion, every movement of your inner being. Through this awareness, illusions begin to fade, fear becomes transparent, desire loses its fever, conditioning begins to melt. And in that melting, your true self begins to appear, slowly, subtly, like dawn breaking after a long night. The world may not notice it, but you will feel it. A lightness enters your being, a clarity in your perception, a silence inside your mind. And from that silence, wisdom grows, not borrowed wisdom, but your own. Tradition taught you to fear the unknown. Awakening invites you to embrace it. Tradition taught you to seek approval. Awakening shows you that approval is meaningless if you betray yourself. Tradition taught you to follow rules. Awakening teaches you to understand life. Tradition gives you answers. Awakening gives you awareness. Answers can be wrong. Awareness never is. Answers fade with time. Awareness deepens with experience. Answers divide people. Awareness unites them. Answers belong to the past. Awareness belongs to the present. Awakening is not a moment. It is a movement within your consciousness, a continuous unfolding. It does not happen once. It happens again and again, each time revealing a deeper layer of truth. It is a gentle peeling away of illusions that have wrapped your soul in shadows. And as each layer dissolves, you become lighter, freer, more alive. The world remains the same, but your perception changes completely. You begin to see things as they are, not as you were taught to see them. You begin to act from clarity, not from fear. You begin to live from your center, not from the expectations of others. When you awaken, you do not escape the world. You see it with new eyes. You no longer obey blindly, but you also no longer rebel blindly. You understand. And understanding is the most powerful transformation that can happen to a human being. It dissolves confusion, dissolves conflict, dissolves the restless desire to become someone else. Understanding allows you to be yourself fully, without hesitation, without shame, without compromise. And in being yourself, you free yourself from 4,000 years of lies. You break the chain of unconsciousness that has bound humanity for ages. You become a doorway through which truth enters the world. Awakening is the purest revolution, not against society, but against the sleep within yourself. It is the shift from unconscious living to conscious being. It is the moment you stop walking in borrowed footsteps and begin walking in your own. It is the moment you realize that truth is not in the past, not in the crowd, not in the teachings. It is in the depth of your own awareness, waiting silently for you to open your eyes and return to it. True freedom arises when awareness dissolves the lies that have shaped your consciousness for generations, because freedom is not something that can be given to you from the outside. It is a realization that blossoms within you when the layers of deception fall away. For thousands of years, human beings have lived under invisible chains, chains made not of iron but of beliefs, fears, borrowed truths, and unquestioned assumptions. These chains are subtle, almost elegant, because they do not restrict your body, they restrict your inner world. And a person whose inner world is confined will never taste the fragrance of freedom, no matter how vast the outer world may appear. Freedom begins not when the world changes, but when your perception changes. It begins when you stop living mechanically, when you stop repeating the patterns inherited from the past, when you no longer allow the voices of centuries to speak through you. Awareness is the fire that burns these layers of lies. But this fire is not destructive. It is illuminating. It reveals what you have carried unknowingly, what was planted in your mind long before you developed the ability to question. It shows you how much of your life has been lived unconsciously, guided not by your own truth but by the fears and dreams of those who came before you. When awareness expands, it brings light to the dark corners of your being, corners you rarely visit because you fear what you might find there. But it is precisely in these corners that the deepest lies hide. They live in your automatic reactions, your assumptions, your emotional triggers, your inherited values. They live in the parts of you that have never been examined. Freedom is not rebellion against these lies. Freedom is understanding them so deeply that they lose their power. Rebellion fights the surface, but awareness transforms the roots. When you become aware of a lie inside you, the lie cannot survive. Awareness is like the sun rising, the darkness cannot resist it. You do not need to push the darkness out, you only need to bring light in. Once you see clearly, the illusion dissolves by itself. This is the beauty of awareness. It liberates not through effort but through understanding. It does not require you to struggle. It asks only that you stay present, alert, conscious. The lies that shaped your consciousness are ancient. They were passed down through generations not out of malice, but out of unconsciousness. Humanity has been asleep for a long time, moving through life with closed eyes, guided by fear rather than understanding. When people live in fear, they create beliefs to protect themselves, rituals to comfort themselves, rules to control themselves. Over centuries, these become sacred, and anything sacred is rarely questioned. Lies survive through worship, Truth survives through awareness. When you become aware, you stop worshipping the past and begin discovering the present. True freedom cannot be taught. It cannot be inherited. It cannot be borrowed. It arises when you dismantle the inner architecture built by centuries of conditioning. It arises when you no longer obey the voices inside you that do not belong to you. It arises when you catch yourself reacting automatically and decide instead to respond consciously. It arises when you begin to feel your own presence, your own life force, your own intelligence. Freedom is not a philosophy, it is a lived experience. It is the feeling of being your true self without apology, without shame, without fear. When awareness dissolves lies, something extraordinary happens. You stop being divided within yourself. For centuries you have been pulled in different directions by tradition, by culture, by family, by religion, by society. Everyone has told you who you should be. And in trying to satisfy these many voices, you lost your own. This inner division weak you, it keeps you small, dependent, afraid. But when awareness begins to clear the fog, the many voices lose their authority. They seem like echoes from a distant past. And in the silence that follows, your authentic voice arises. It is gentle at first because it has been ignored for so long. But as you listen to it, it grows stronger, clearer, more confident. Freedom is the ability to follow this inner voice without hesitation. It is the courage to be yourself, even if no one else understands. It is the realization that you are not born to fit into the expectations of the past, but to express the truth of the present moment. Freedom means allowing your consciousness to guide you instead of conditioning. It means trusting your awareness more than tradition. It means stepping out of the long line of followers and discovering your own path. And this path is unique for each person, because awareness expresses itself differently in every individual. The lies of the past dissolve only in the light of presence. You cannot become free by thinking about freedom. You become free by being aware in each moment. Awareness makes you sensitive to your inner world. You begin to notice the subtle tensions in your body, the automatic reactions of your mind, the conditioned patterns of your emotions. You begin to see how much of your life is lived unconsciously. And with each moment of seeing, a little more conditioning falls away. Awareness is not a single event. It is a continuous unfolding. It deepens with time, like a flower slowly opening its petals. Real freedom is not independence from others. It is independence from your own illusions. When you are free from illusions, you become capable of love, creativity, joy, and compassion. Illusions create conflict. Awareness creates harmony. Illusions create separation. Awareness reveals unity. Illusions create fear. Awareness brings GS understanding. When lies dissolve, you feel lighter, as if a weight has been lifted from your soul. You realize that most of your suffering came not from reality, but from your beliefs about reality. Awareness also brings humility. When you see how much of your life was shaped by unconsciousness, you stop judging others for their unconsciousness. You understand that everyone is carrying the weight of centuries, doing the best they can with the awareness they have. This understanding makes you gentle, compassionate, quiet inside. You no longer feel the need to correct others or change them. Your focus turns inward, where the real transformation happens. And as you transform, your presence naturally affects others without effort, without intention, without words. Freedom is the fragrance of this transformation. It is a softness, a clarity, a lightness, a joy that arises when the lies fall away. It cannot be forced. It cannot be practiced. It cannot be imitated. It grows naturally when you become aware of the false and let it go. Freedom is not an achievement, it is a return to your authentic nature, to your inner silence, to your unconditioned awareness. It is the state of being that remains when all the lies that shaped your consciousness have dissolved into nothingness.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Yeah, we know it was a bit lengthy, but it was very important to set the tone for this moment of reasoning. As I and I are on the 40-day fast, the black fast, I and I do give thanks for all who is participating in this moment. And we encourage ones to go within, to embrace that awareness that will awake I and I heights of consciousness. The journey begins. Groundwork Bible study by Honorable Priest Adigan. Honorable Priest Adigan, Royal Majesty. Is the royal historian.
Yeah, pardon, family. Yeah, give thanks. Sorry, give thanks. Yeah, give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Give thanks for another day of reason and give thanks for the Lenten season going through. Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. Lent fasting originated in the early church, 2nd and 3rd centuries, as a short, intense period of preparation for Easter, later expanding to 40 days by the 4th century to mirror Jesus' time in the wilderness. It was formalized at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, evolving from a preparatory baptismal fast into a period of repentance, prayer, and almsgiving. The 40-day duration mirrors Jesus' fasting in the wilderness, as well as Moses and Elijah's 40-day fast. Initially, it was a 1 to 2-day fast, which grew into a 6-day fast, known as the Holy Week, by the 3rd century. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, which also determined the date of Easter, established a 40-day formal pre-Easter fast. Originally, it served as a time for new converts, catechumens to prepare for baptism, and for public penance, where sinners would reflect on their transgressions. Historically, the fast was very strict, often involving only 1 meal a day and prohibiting meat, fish, and animal products to include dairy and eggs. By the 6th century, Pope Gregory I defined the start of Lent as Ash Wednesday, 46 days before Easter, excluding the 6 Sundays. Why 40 days? Question. Jesus fasted for 40 days and nights in the desert before starting his ministry. Matthew 4:1, 11.
11.
Matthew chapter 4, verse 1 to 11. Both prophet Moses and Elijah fasted for 40 days before encountering God. The flood rain lasted for 40 days and nights during the time of Noah, to be continued.
My Lord and Majesty, continue reading. Ancient African fasting. Ancient African fasting, deeply rooted in traditional spiritual practices and indigenous religions, predate the Christian Lenten traditions. Practices include communal fasts for spiritual cleansing, preparations for rituals, roles, and honoring ancestors. These often involve strict food restriction, such as abstaining from meat, alcohol, or dairy to purify the body and deepen connection with the spiritual realm. Fasting was used to prepare for rituals, ensuring closeness to deities and ancestors, serve as a form of self-discipline, allowing spiritual leaders or community members to prepare themselves as ritual tools. Practices often include not only limiting food types, but sometimes total abstinence from food and drink, along with sexual abstinence. In various African cultures, including those in the Igbo tradition, fasting was an integral part of religious life, conducted by priests, diviners, and elders. There is a distinction between the African principle of fasting and the Christian Lenten fasting. While Christian Lenten, a 40-day period, become established later, African indigenous fasting was often tied to specific, frequent cultural or spiritual events rather than a fixed annual 40-day season. Purification rituals in many indigenous belief systems required practitioners to fast before engaging with spirits. Some African pastoralist societies, such as those observed in historical records of the 19th century, engage in a fast/feast cycle, alternating between periods of scarcity, abstinence, and abundance, sometimes linked to, but also transcending religious observance. These ancient practices established a strong foundation for spiritual and communal fasting across the continent, long before the introduction of organized Christian fasting traditions. To be continued, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Rituals of remembrance. I am Honorable Empress Dion. Hussein ibn Ali of the 6th century AD emphasized the ancient roots of the practice and suggested that fasting is essentially a ritual of remembrance. Fasting demands us to remember that even if we are wealthy and can avoid feeling the real life hunger or thirst that others do, that if we are humans, we are eventually going to feel need. The act of fasting is a humbling one. And then there is the culture of breaking the fast with family, with community members, and with the poor. So that when you're fasting, you may remember that there are people who don't have a choice. Hussein explained, Hussein. All religions allow exceptions for the practices of fasting. Most rules about religious fasts come with restrictions on who should fast and what form that fast should take. Often the very old and the very young, the sick or injured, those who do heavy labor, and those who are pregnant or nursing are either advised not to join in the fast or adapt the fasting period to their personal health needs. The bottom line is that fasting, whether it's for a half day or even the course of many weeks, is a spiritual exercise that enriches religious communities around the world. To be continued.
Read the next article, Empress Dion.
One, yes. The Ethiopian Orthodox fasting protocols. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tawadio Church observes a rigorous 55-day fast or Som Gihad during Lent, which includes the 40 days of Christ fasting plus an extra week, Herculeus week, and Holy Week. This tradition stems from an earlier practice when the later shortened 40-day Lenten fast formalized in Western Christianity, representing a deeply rooted, ancient, and strict tradition. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tawadio Church maintains that its fasting traditions are apostolic and have been observed since early Christianity. The Ethiopian Lent, called Hudade or Som Gihad, is 55 days long, which is longer than the standard 40 days practice elsewhere. The additional days are often linked to the fast of Herculeus, which is an additional week, coupled with the 7 days of Lent, totaling 8 weeks with Saturdays and Sundays often treated differently, making a 55-day period, not just 40. The fast involves total abstinence from animal products, example, meat, dairy, eggs, fish, and wine, typically with only 1 meal per day eaten in the afternoon or evening. While the 40-day fast became more uniform globally around the 4th or 5th century, the Ethiopic tradition shared with the Coptic Church has historically maintained a longer, more rigorous, and slightly different older structure for the Lenten period. To be continued by Honorable Priest Jim. Honorable Priest Rasavan.
Blessings. Original purpose of fasting. Fasting originated primarily as a religious practice deeply intertwined with ritual, purification, and spiritual renewal in ancient civilizations. While it serves personal spiritual goals, historically it was a communal, structured act of worship or repentance to approach deities, assuage anger angered gods, or prepare for religious revelations. In ancient cultures, fasting was used by priests priestesses, and adherents to prepare for encounters with the divine. It is a core tenet in major religions for penance, purification, and demonstrating obedience, such as the Jewish tradition of atonement or Christian observance of Lent. Within these religious frameworks, fasting acts as a spiritual discipline, a voluntary abstinence to draw closer to God, gain insight, and curb fleshy desires, as practiced by figures like Moses and Jesus. Beyond organized religion, fasting has historically been part of spiritual quests and cultural ceremonies. In essence, fasting began as a structured, often communal religious rite that serves the deep spiritual and personal goal of connecting with the divine, to be continued. Honorable Priest Evans, my Lord.
Bless the Lord.
Majesty.
Early African Christianity. Early African Christianity, which began in the 1st century AD, long before Christianity became dominant in Europe. Egypt, Alexandria, tradition holds that St. Mark, the evangelist, brought the gospel to Alexandria about 42 to 60 AD. This brought the message of the word made flesh, a profound theophany in Christian theology to the African continent early on. In the Ethiopian Bible, the Acts of the Apostles in chapter 8 tells the story of Philip baptizing an Ethiopian eunuch, a high official of the Candace monarchy in the 1st century, whose tradition says took the gospel back to his country medievally. In Christianity, Theophany refers to a visible manifestation of God to humankind. The arrival of the Christian message in North and East Africa introduced the concept that God had revealed himself in the person of Jesus Christ. Can someone continue, my Lord? Pardon.
While the 4th century accounts provide more solid documented evidence of established churches like King Ezana's conversion in Aksum, the foundation of these faiths and the accompanying divine revelations began in the 1st century in the context of the early church. Epiphany, often celebrated on January 6th or 7th, is also historically referred to as Theophany by Eastern Egyptian Christians, celebrating the baptism of Christ as a divine manifestation. To be continued.
The Septuagint, my Lord and Empress. Europe embraced Christianity in the 4th century, and their earliest compilation of scriptures, known as the Septuagint, was compiled gradually. The Septuagint LXX was compiled gradually with the Pentateuch, first 5 books, translated in the mid-3rd century BC, 285 to 246 BC. In Alexandria,
In Alexandria.
Egypt. The remaining books were translated between the 2nd century BC and the 1st century BC, with some minor additions to the 1st century in the 1st century AD. Created of the Greek-speaking Jewish diaspora, particularly in Alexandria, who could no longer read the original Hebrew. The letter of Aristeas claimed 72 or 70 Jewish scholars were commissioned by Ptolemy II to translate the Torah in 72 days. While the Torah was finished in the 3rd century BC, other books, such as the prophets, wisdom literature, were translated over the next 2 centuries. The earliest fragments date to the 2nd century BC, while the oldest complete manuscripts are from the 4th century AD. The Septuagint became the standard Greek version of the Old Testament used by early Christians. To be continued, my Lord and Empress.
Alchemy. To understand our ancestral science, let us now go beyond Egypt to when it was known as Kemet. Alchemy is deeply rooted in Kemet, ancient Egypt, with its origins tracing back to the Nile Valley's metallurgical, embalming, and dyeing traditions. The term alchemy itself is often linked to Kemi or Kemet, meaning the black land, symbolizing the fertile Nile soil and the black art or primordial matter used in early transformative, magical, and scientific practices. Etymology and origins of the word alchemy is derived from the Arabic alchimia, which likely originated from the Coptic chem or chemi, referring to Egypt, or the Greek chemia, meaning the Egyptian science. It represents the ancient Egyptian wisdom of transforming or perfecting material. Kemet refers to the black, fertile soil of the Nile. In alchemical terms, this, or the primordial matter, represents the first matter from which all things grow and transform, linking the land's fertility to the transformation of metals. Ancient Egyptians were skilled in metallurgy, crafting, and creating imitation gems. This practical knowledge of handling materials like copper and gold and understanding the transmutation of materials is a direct ancestor to later, more abstract alchemy. In Egypt, specifically Alexandria, expertise in mummification, a process meant to preserve the body for eternity, helped to develop early chemical knowledge. This fostered the ultimate alchemical goal of finding the elixir of life or immortality. Many ancient texts suggest that alchemy was founded by or based on wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus, a figure who embodied ancient Egyptian knowledge and is associated with the philosophical and mystical traditions of Kemet, known as Hermeticism. In summary, alchemy is not just related to Kemet. It is considered by many historians to have been born there as a combination of mystical, philosophical, and practical chemical knowledge practiced in the Nile Valley. To be continued by Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Epilogue. Modern religions are like modern medicine. They adopted their foundations from African sacred sciences, but their intentions are not rooted in the original purpose, and so they are misused for ulterior motives, such as control and manipulation. Truth default theory, which is a theory, suggests that humans are inherently biased towards believing others, which is cognitively efficient but leaves people vulnerable to deception. While there are others with an evolutionary perspective of lying to themselves first to perpetuate the deception. In other words, those who choose willful ignorance or convenient ignorance for their endgame. When engaged in ancestral practices with the intent to duplicate the results gained by our ancestors, the science has to be right. For instance, in ancient pharmacopoeia, African healers knew how to treat the existing diseases of that time using natural remedies. In attempting to use the same process to achieve the same results, the method, formula, and dosage must be precise. If you are baking a pie which your grandma used to make when you were growing up, as your taste memory is haunting you, in reproducing that taste, the ingredients must be exact. We say that to express this. In performing our ancient rituals, seeking to achieve what our ancestors did, we must make sure we are using their science and not a hybrid or improvised version. And I must get the science right. Today's program was intended to drive home this reality. There is a reason why Africans are enduring the longest period of servitude than any other people who have suffered. It is because we are using European versions of our original science. Let's fix it. Blessed love, family.
My Lord and Empress, give thanks for the reason going forward. Just say, come on, let us reason together, said the Lord. So, the floor is open, I believe.
Yes, the floor is now open for anyone to comment,
Yeah.
make suggestions, what have you taken away, and so forth. And to the chair.
Blessed love. Blessed love. Through the chair.
My Lord.
Give thanks. Yes, family. We have heard a lot of wisdom being dropped in these few moments here. From the video that we heard to start the process and the narratives that were expressed. It takes I and I power to that ancient moment. We're making a sankofa, not to live in the past and to keep regurgitating, from the past, but to understand our ancestors' original intent when they started this whole process of fasting. As we have heard, and these are where now I and I have to become conscious, you know. We have heard how what is today called the Lent fast was started, organized by the Judeo-Christian sect of the world, the Eurocentric part of the world. And we have also heard how the African ancestral practice of the fast took place. Lent is the youngest daughter of the process. The most ancient of the process was the black fast, the Theophany. Why? Because in Africa embracing formalized religions, Africa embraced it first before anyone else, before Europe embraced it. Africa in the first century, as we heard, um, Philip came across the eunuch from Queen Candace's kingdom, traveling on the Silk Road. And in their encounter, seeing Philip baptized the eunuch, explained what the eunuch was reading, because if everyone knows the story, the eunuch was reading a literature when he met Philip. It's not like Philip brought that literature to him. He was reading it, and Philip asked him if he understood what he was reading. And he responded, "How can I, if I am not tutored, to understand it?" And there they sat and they communed with each other. And Philip ended up baptizing the eunuch, who embraced formalized religion or formalized Christianity and took it back to his realm, the realm of Queen Candace. This was in the first century AD. So it shows you history states that Europe embraced this in the 4th century and established their process of fasting in 601 AD. So by the time their missionaries slash mercenaries entered Africa, they found Ethiopia, among other um, areas of Africa, already practicing that standard of religion. And in so doing, they were already fasting. And that fast didn't start in the 1st century, as we heard, because a lot of the formalizing of the scriptures was done AD, before the knowledge of a Christ. Africans were practicing these things as traditions coming from ancient times. Our ancestors knew the power of fasting, that it has several benefits, and it has a science to it as well. Health benefits. It detoxes the body. It creates clarity of mind, because when you detox the body and you take that moment to go within, as the earlier video narrative spoke, you go within. Because unlike how formalized religion teaches I and I, our ancestors understood different. They understood that to gain wisdom and most of all understanding, one had to go within. Hence the narrative that our father, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, the Black Christ, taught us, that greater is in I and I than what is in the world. Because the knowledge of the world came from I and I, came from within man. It did not, just like the narrative of the video, it did not come from outside, from an external force into I and I. It came from the thoughts and the knowledge of our ancestors. So as we embrace this fasting ritual, I and I need to know the correct science if we are seeking to duplicate the results that our ancestors achieved from it. Now, it is not just about health benefits. Health benefits, fasting helps the individual in that way, but there is a science to it, and there's a power that comes from it when it is practiced communally. Meaning, when I and I as a group, especially I and I, the house of priests of the order of Melchizedek, when in this moment of time, let us not look at the standard way in which it has always been done over the last centuries. But go beyond that to our ancestors to get the science right. Because a communal act of fasting is supposed to be able to cut and clear, remove barriers and obstacles from before us. When we are fasting as a community, we are supposed to be fasting with one thought process. For I and I, the displaced Africans, we are fasting to get our justice, to be returned to our station in life, to be returned to our ancestral homeland, to be returned to our original being, to gain insight into our individual truths and not the truth that has been taught to us throughout the centuries. Because as the narrative of the video says again, a lot of those truths were someone else's truth, not ours. So in looking to duplicate the impact of fasting as a community, this is the moment when we have to put aside carnality, bad mind, envy, all the things that humans adopt and cause chaos within our life. This is the moment when we shed it together. And in the expression of our fast, we conjure and invoke the science of our ancestors and get that result of removing the veil of deception and misunderstanding. So, unity, which is what we are all seeking today, can come within our midst if we continue to embrace carnality, seem to hold on the past, what Jones did to I, what Elizabeth did to I, what John did to I, what Pope Paul did to I. If we continue to embrace those negativity, we will not be able to get that awareness that awakes our consciousness. We have to release that moment of atonement, that release, forgive, release, let go of the past and stay within the present. Like the ancient sages teach us, the greatest moment is the now. If we can practice to live in the now, we can see the future clearly. But if we keep living in the past and it's not to reflect so we can move to the now, we are doing ourselves and the future generation a disservice. And I will leave it there for now. Back to the chair, royal family.
My Lord, give thanks for the clearance and ever praise. Yes, so I have to look at internal, that internal, within ourselves. Without father, without mother, without beginning of days or with end of life, without end of life. That is the internal what dwells in us all. And so as the honorable priest has said, it even showing me a clearance to see how Jackal did line up the Day of Atonement on the 10th of December. And then, we have the fast, Lenten fast, for lack of a better word. Because when we say Lenten, we kind of, as that we was reasoning to, we kind of, because the whole word Lent, it was structure. It strictly deal with that. Their theory of things. But for lack of a better person of purpose, we say right after the feast of the Passover, the Day of Atonement, we come into the Lenten fast, where that practice what the priest say of letting go, of of free internal, is emphasized. And then now we get a chance to really take a moment and really practice it. So we give thanks for those moments here. And we want to just use it to our advantage, seeing that we are in different spaces and places as we speak, but in one virtual space right now. So we see the powers of Farai, universally, internationally, most high, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. So the floor is open, my Lord and Empress, Majesty.
Calling on the royal priest. If no one else, we're looking to hear from the royal ancient priest, within this moment, this reasoning.
My Lord and Empress, through the
Rastafari.
chair,
My Lord, and I will teach Brown.
oh, do give thanks for such a powerful rendition, or that's not even the right word. Now pick out a few things here. I first would begin with the topic of alchemy, which I could receive some clearance if necessary. But to what I've been exposed to, alchemy is the basic science out of which come chemistry, physics, biology, and the rest of it. So that that is where I begin with, to know that the great advancement of knowledge that I and I possessed from that time even unto this time. Secondly, I'm looking at the African fast, which predates the European, So I would love to say indulge more, get more knowledge, both from the continent and even from our Caribbean and local practices that we retain, that our ancestors retained, so we can, indulge deeper into such knowledge, And finally, concerning the Ethiopia tradition, which is again the most ancient fasting tradition, as literature, and what also strike me that the Ethiopian eunuch had a literature. So what came to my mind was that literature bearing a prophecy of the advent of Yahusha in that time and dispensation, and was that that was the mystery that this Ethiopian eunuch was seeking to unravel, having received the prophecy but not being able to fully interpret it. So these are my basic triggers that,
Rastafari.
my Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My Lord. And then with that time, I get a word where they say the scripture the Enoch was reading was Isaiah. It was the same scripture they say that the Christ character in the allegory used to be reading when him go in at the temple there. I remember him, they say minister a couple times, and it was Isaiah. They say that is what the brethren was reading. I don't know, I come across that already. So, yeah, my lord, some of share the thoughts with us, my lord. As simple as it may be or complex as it may be. So we can.
Through the chair, one quick sound
Yes.
through the chair. If the eye finish the eye thoughts, honorable priest, honorable chair. I didn't want to
Yes,
interrupt
my
the
lord.
eye.
No, man, go ahead.
Quick, I'm just gonna quickly, and ones can come in right after I. One thing I want to address the honorable priest Brown, but I'm always simple but very profound in him statement. My lord, the the reading that the eunuch was reading, as if we go back through what we just heard and go back to, do your own research and go back to information, it is not about the coming of anyone, because that is what the religion come teach. We say an individual is coming, and these individuals, yes, we have messiahs, but messiahs rise because the people are lacking the knowledge of themselves. The sages of old, they did not conceptualize religion. Religion is a tool of manipulation and control. The sages of old were teaching us about ourselves. That is what the whole ancient process is supposed to be about. The sages, if you listen to the allegory of what they want to call him, Jesus or Jesus or whatever, that Christ, when they tell you that he draw 12 original disciples to his side and he taught them, he was not teaching them about anything external, about an esoteric energy. He was teaching them about the energy within themselves, the power within themselves. That's why he said to Peter, Peter, walk, step on the water, and say, walk. You see I do it, and nothing I do, you can do. Just do it. It's because you're lacking faith in yourself. Not faith in an esoteric energy, faith in yourself. The life force within each and every one of I and I is the Almighty, is the God, the superior God that we all speak about, that we apply to other entities, to the esoteric nature. It is within I and I. And when we get that understanding and can enter that moment of silence with the narrative earlier spoke of, we will gain that insight, that wisdom into ourselves, where we no longer need to ask the priests and the preachers and those ones about ourselves. We will be able to unfold that knowledge. My Lord, back to the chair.
Honorable. That's why
Yes,
the
right,
prophet,
yeah.
honorable priest, my Lord.
Yeah, man, reasoning is better than preaching, Yes, give thanks to I and I, Father, who show I and I that. I and I are the chosen few, you see, and choose I and I enough to help him along the way. So, you see, don't go God know the love of God, So, when you hear everything, you see King Emmanuel win out. Because all what you was hearing that was I and I self. Yeah, hear about. And we are the ancient of days. You see. So everything we hear about, it was just I and I self, And give thanks to, the way King Emmanuel have with I and I band. When you hear that, you're supposed to know, say, I and I win out, I just continue to continue. Power, the man have a pan, you know what I mean? Yes. So, this is a fasting and not new, like Lent thing, too, we see the later part of the thing, even the Christ, they want make the Christ white, but say everything they just black man, out of black, come put all different color. That's what I say. So it wasn't a white Christ, it was just a Asian black Christ. So give thanks to the Asian, people, which is I and I who are here. I used to say I and I, the man choose as Rastafari right now to come help him. I used to say many have eyes right now, and I see have this great light. And many have ears and never hear of, this great saying. Them still a look out at themselves, say, them are going to see one king, when him come. You see, every day you hear these singing, even today, on Sunday you hear them still singing, I hear the King of Kings come. So, give thanks to the chosen few, anything where you hear that I read about, I and I, as Asian people, because we can't look out ourselves, you know what I mean? We are the Asian people from that time, Remember, the road where you hear, it couldn't die. We could have dropped the robe of flesh. I tell you about the 12 different steps in the day where you hear about the 12 disciples, the 12 hours, Yes. So it's still I tell you about the 12 steps, and give thanks to the 13, which is our Father. One perfect love, right?
My Lord, blessed love, Honorable, floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord and Majesty,
Honorable Priest Snappy, my Lord.
out of love, family, give thanks again, for this familiar season, familiar because it's been years that we have been practicing this, from in the 70s, and we know it's a balance every time of this year, almost like a Sabbath, it seemed like, where you refrain from certain things, your daily duties, certain things you refrain from, especially in the eating order, and mentally also, So I give thanks, for what do for I, as I say, because whatever amount of pound you put on, you tend to lose it during this time, and and that is the thing, because so much thing is polluted and we take in so much things more time. We have to have a time where we unleash or release those pollution out of our system, So that is when fasting time is where set that tone there. Prayer is a cleansing time, As I said, not just physical, but spiritually also, you know what I mean? So we give thanks for that season, and, we just ask Father strength, each and every one, on this, our journey, which started in our continent and, come through, whatever man want call it, fact of the matter, is the result where you get from it, me I deal with. And as long as the result is upright and bright, and I give thanks and glorify it, So give thanks for the period and the journey, successful journey, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord, blessed love.
Through the quick chair quickly, once again,
Honorable Priest.
Snappy says something that I have to jump on. In reasoning with our esteemed Baba, James Small, who is a historian, an African historian, who has traveled the continent almost maybe near 50 times. The reason why he doesn't reside there is because he has his work to do, which he's doing. But in reasoning with him, he always points to a reality. And I give thanks that I was able to understand that reality, from them early times, wherein if I and I, certainly, again, the narrative in the video earlier said it too. If I and I keep using an ingredient, again, let me use this. Your grandma grew you on a dish, and as you have become the leader of your family now, you want to share that menu or manai with your family, and you want to give them that same experience of taste that you got from grandma. You couldn't improvise. You couldn't ad lib it. You would have to go to your mother if your grandmother is not here. And if your grandmother is here, you go to grandma and you get the recipe laid out for you. When you get that recipe laid out now, you have to make that meal with the precise listing that your grandma gave you to get that same experience or to share that same experience with your family. See, that is a high point I want to get out there. Who embrace it, but it's there for once to roll over in your mind and do your own introspection and see if there's a reality to it. If we are gonna conjure, if we are working our black arts, you know, that primordial art, then we we are looking, say we are looking to bring down the walls of Babylon today, which was the walls of Jericho back then. What did our family do to bring down that wall? We have to look back at now the history. This is the Sankofa now. We marched around that wall in unison, in oneness, silently 6 times. And on the 7th time, all together, we expressed certain words. We used certain narratives to conjure up the force that we need to bring down the wall. If we are going around, if we are trying to do the same thing today and we go around the wall 4 times silently and then 3 times shouting, and we realize that part of the wall break, but the wall don't come down, we know there's something wrong with the science. If we want to bring down the wall the same way, and it's proven that conjure those words that we echoed, and the process works, then we have to duplicate it in the same manner. Go forward to our Africanness to create that science. You know, we always, and I'll end with this, we always asking, what did we do wrong that allowed another ethnicity, another race of people to gain the power over us in the way that they have for 500 years? And we are always looking at it, you know, the religious tell you says because we sin, and we blame ourselves in every way and say all kinds of different things. But if we go through the history like Baba James Small says in several of his presentations and look at what we did wrong. What we did wrong was when the missionaries/mercenaries came and set up their shop, their religious shop. We stopped practicing our ancestral science and started to embrace their narrative. That is what cracked the armor, our defensiveness. Seeing that science that we had that was that was defending, keeping the evil at bay. That is the reason why they come in and they made everything taboo, you know, family. Voodoo taboo, this taboo, everything that we did was hedonistic and pagan and barbaric and all these different labels that they put on it that made I and I distance ourselves from it. Because here what we looked at the fact that they were prospering according to the world's definition of prosper. They were prospering, they had the power, they had all of this. So we looked at it and said, well, they must be right. No, we were deceived. And that is what we have to look at. We have been deceived in many things. To get back to that space where we govern our own destiny, we have to return to that moment. Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Prophet, said, return to looking through a predated lens. And he called it the Ethiopian spectacle. We have to return to looking at things through that Ethiopian spectacle, meaning our ancestral wisdom, our ancestral knowledge to gain the understanding, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless. I give thanks to the upon the road. You know, the
Through the
upon the
chair.
road. Honorable, my
Just
lord.
quickly, just a quickly interjection,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we have to understand, as the man said, we come to beat down the walls of Babylon, and when me look on it, first of all, the way them can conquer we and control right, by the gun and bayonet. That's a number one. We never just really accept that way. Gun and bayonet and them control we, and then them start feed we, and then them control we, them way there. So I know nothing really where we did do wrong per se, or any weakness where they have in our system or anything like that. Them just a superior weapon. Me I deal with and that still. But as a man says still, you may control the body, but you can't control what? The mind. And that is where I come now. That is the Babylon where we come to control now, the mind. You train your thoughts, I look and say, when I chance say, man, come to lose the 7 seeds. I man always interpret the 7 openings in your head. 2 eye them, your ears and your nostrils and them way there. Really, where you used to get understanding, where you can put things into perspective, know your history, know where you come from, know where you're there right now, and know where you pursue and where you need to go. You know what I mean? And as the man say, our main works is the hungry be fed, the naked clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and infant scared path. Good, clean, and upright livity. Where man have adequate food, so man now pay a go and I eat wherever is just where they round him and all of them way there. Man have adequate water where him can plant wherever food him desire for, you know what I mean? So these are all the things where I need to, to get done. Those are the works to do differently, and as I said, the whole part things is just symbolic. When the man says to step and walk on water, it just means that fear to step out in unknown path. Don't doubt. Me idea, because sometimes you doubt yourself and you don't make no move. Man, I try to show you, say, greater is in you than we in the world. And we don't live in fear. So we give thanks, my Lord, for such, the words that we spoken today where other cultures and way can come show forward. Because see, all the Indian people, my Lord, through them never did get interrupted, them kind of way they like I want to get interrupted, then we still maintain certain things. I did show them from in the long Iowa. Because India did stretch all Ethiopia with the India was controlled and considered Ethiopia from all them Iowa they still. It's just after dissecting and cutting down that, it comes to that differently. But all of them culture they within I share with different one. And as we say, we always could have go and commune with other ones and live in peace. It's just one that demand them bridge, and we just always create the issue, but give thanks to I, heart of love, majesty.
Majesty. Honorable Empress Trisha, see your hand was up.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. No, my hand was not up, but I would like to say that.
Oh, yes, please, Alpha. All right, go ahead, Empress.
Looking at the video, the video revealed so much information, The brother spoke of love, not being something that is acquired. He spoke on awareness, a lot about awareness and awakening and the freedom. Freedom happens when your perception changes. Freedom of mind, freedom of understanding, freedom to do the things that you're supposed to do and not allow yourself to continue to live in bondage. And he spoke a lot about illusion, and he put all of them together, illusion creating the fear, illusion being the lies. And, over all these years, these many centuries, I've heard one of the priests say it, are we the same people who we were when we left the continent? Are we practicing the same things that we practiced when we were on the continent, when our forefathers, before they were stolen and came to taken to America? Are we the same people? How do we relearn to be Africans? How do we relearn to take on the traditions as it was from our ancestors? And as simple as it is, it's also a little difficult, especially in the societies where we live and the things that we go through, and all of the principalities that are thrown at us from high and low places, and from bad men and women. So it makes life a little harder, listening and hearing. But I guess it's that love and that inner God within self, within and decoding. I guess where we always say, you sit amongst yourself in quietness, in the stillness, so that you can learn who you are and know what you have to do and how you should do it. Blessed love.
Majesty. Before Priest Alpha, what I would say, Empress Trisha, that they take we out of Africa, but you see that Africa, what in a way, it's deeper than the ocean and wider than the sea. Them couldn't take that out from we. That is why we are here today, right now. 4 wings on earth. If the science, it have power, but say we melt them judgment power there so. Because we wouldn't have been here. If it would have been some little miniature white boys and girls going around. So we give thanks for that Africa in us. Our African ethnicity couldn't take it out. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Honorable Priest Alpha, my Lord.
Royal
Priest
priest.
Alpha, if you unmute your mic.
Salam, ta.
Salam.
Love.
My Lord.
Yes, honorables, give thanks. Honorables, bless the love. Yeah, give thanks, my Lord and Empress, for the reasoning. Give thanks for the good, knowledge, wisdom, understanding that we are receiving. Yeah, give thanks for the elders, who even trod with King Emmanuel, and even the elders who are here passing along the knowledge, to the generation present, and even to hold it, until another generation come, that we could have passed
So,
it on to them still.
Ashe.
So we give thanks, my Lord, even, for the present, taking in some of the reasoning for the video. We see that the man is talking about awareness, and even there's some questions. You could have still get answers, but the answer could have still, not be the right move.
Oh.
So you have to still, find that awareness in the present time.
Mm-hmm.
So with that awareness now, we say, all right, the knowledge of King Emmanuel, who come and, bring many things to our remembrance. And within that still, it's a order. It's all in a one package. And within that we see that there's a science that the man leave with us. It's African, yes, but I see it's probably not the science fault, like Priest Dogia says. It's how we're using it. Yeah, maybe we're not use it properly, to achieve that what we are seeking to achieve. So what I feel is I can pose a question to the elders, the apostles, you know. Yeah, when King Emmanuel did call such fasting, normally, because we understand it wasn't normally a fast alone, it was fasting and praying. And it wasn't only just a one fast, like similar to the Ethiopian. So we have many even long period of fasting. And as we know, we are the same Ethiopians, right? So him kind of come with that kind of replica, you know, even in the Monday, the Wednesday, the Friday, similar to the same practice in the homeland with the Ethiopians, you know. And my question is, when we were fasting, was the whole commune fasting? You know, was it like the whole community of priests? Were they obligated to fast unless maybe they were sick? You know, did everyone find that oneness in the fasting? Because why I ask that question, unlike now, when we're in that community, that communal levity, we're not all on that same oneness. You see it even when it comes to the fasting, you know. We have some now fast, some are fasting, you know, some we have different times, you know. And we see in different tradition, whether you call it religions, you know, even with Christianity or Muslim too, even Hindu or, you know, the Ethiopian church, you would see that oneness, you know, within even, you know, the timing, you know, you see it. And I feel if we were fasting together, I feel that is where that science, my lad, like come together, you know. You see it, you know, because I see the Africa tradition there. You know, just like Dirty Bookman when he went over Haiti and you know, the family come together and him tell them to burn their image, you know, and him kill a black pig, you know, and you know that blood, you know, was a sacrifice, whether them drink the blood or what, you know. But I see King Emmanuel come with that same kind of tradition in another way, but it's just in a more, you know, like it's not such a violent way. It's more with a nature way and just like, yeah, it will happen. Just like Jericho falling, it will happen, you know. But we're working with that awareness that we are one with the Christ. So it is us doing and his doing together, you know. It's just a one doing, you know. Although we're conjuring, but we know just like the elders were walking with Christ, that we're still walking with Christ and he's us and he's in us. And you know, that God that we are, like you say, we are the sages. It's like, yeah, individually we're like the sages, individually we're the Christ. So, you know, collectively, individually, we should be able to intelligently, using that God intelligence, bring ourselves together. So I feel this Lent, this fasting period is a time that we should use this moment to first bring ourselves together. And in doing so, my lord, the world in a problem, you know. So yeah, man, that's my question to the family, to the elders, to the apostles, you know. How was the fasting with the family, the commune fasting, togetherness, my Lord and Majesty? Bless you.
My Lord, blessing. The priest asked a question, I mean, I let it on the floor.
To the chair.
Any other priest? Yes, my Lord.
I will I will answer that question first, but I want to touch on a couple of things. Or I will attempt to. Everyone can, contribute their understanding, because we are all just a unit of the knowledge. Yes, family. As if we remember some of the narrative of the video, which is not just the narrative of the video, it's a truth. Let's look at the truth of what was said. Um, Embracing I and I higher consciousness and I divinity is not about force. It's not about having to force ones to do things. So even in calling a fast, if ones have to be forced to fast, then you lose some of the science right away. It has to be an internal embracing of the concept. We have to voluntarily apply ourselves to it because we know the power and the healing and the atmosphere that it creates for I and I. Now I say that to say, when the Father called fasting, it's a natural thing that we all would just jump on. Like when there was an attack on the black world, and the Father would see it as a great breach, he would call for a 21-day fast or a 40-day fast. It is for everyone within that space to embrace it within their hearts, not be forced to do it. Embrace it freely within your heart because it is for your benefit, for your empowerment. It is to defend your right. Why he called for the fast. No, it's not. We a lot of times we place a lot of emphasis on the fact that who called it and things like that. Just like how we place a lot of emphasis on the image of the Christ, of who is the Christ or the Messiah at that moment. And because we place majority of our emphasis on that, we miss the total message. The man tell you it's not about him. It's about I and I, the people. He didn't come to amplify himself and to get the likes, and they don't know what I'm talking about. In these days, everybody doing things for the likes, for the thumbs up and the subscribe. See? No, it wasn't for the likes that the Christ coming up. You think the Christ want to come and put himself through that energy, that type of situation? No, he came because we, the people of the light, his real light, was straying from the light. We were heading to the darkness. We were embracing things that did not serve us, did not cleanse us, did not make us aware, self-aware. See? And that is why I personally love Dada. And I use the word Dada because the formal things kind of make it too formal and too certain way. But Dada, in his fatherness, in his fatherly way, see, he didn't come to bring spotlight to himself. He came to bring I and I consciousness to that awareness. You know what I'm saying? Him come to bring things to remembrance, the knowledge that we lost. And that will bring us bring I to one of the points that one of the other points that I want to address. My Lord, you have a whole heap of liquor. White Honorable Cheer said it, in his way. We would have become little white boys and girls. A lot of us did become little white boys and girls, Honorable Cheer. Give thanks for those that the Father rise up. The truth was beaten out of I and I. And we have embraced centuries of what we have been told to embrace. Just like the narrative of the video. But what makes our Father important, the message that he brought important, is because he brought the message of awareness, of awakening that awareness in us, bringing back things to remembrance. That is what the Christ comes to do, the salvation that him come with, the message, remember, the Messiah, Christ, meaning Messiah, the anointed one who is anointed to bring the message. The message is not about the religious aspect, it's about the internal God. Because you see, anytime I and I embrace that internal God, we will see it in everyone. And that will bring the unity and the harmony that we seek. The reason why we're not getting that is because we still see some of I and I still seeing one another as boy and girl and with a brother there and you understand all those little negative titles that we throw at each other more time when we are um in a disagreement. No, family. It is to acknowledge the God within. When I and I go within, when I look at the powers within myself, it make I love the power where is in Honorable Priest Advar. It make I love the power that is in Honorable Priest IMC. It make I love the power that is in Empress Trisha and Mama Maisie and Mama Lillian. That's why I feel so elated being here every week, sitting with the item, because I learn so much about myself from the
You
item.
don't look to answer the question here, my lord.
So it is, yes, my lord. It is that level of fullness that I and I is seeking, family, how to get back to our internal understanding of self, my lord.
My Lord. That's it. Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes. I think so the priest is asking for a camp setting, not when I and I go for the camp now, it was a fasting, right? And it's not like a forcing, but you go in the camp, you try your best to do what they are doing. But I did just go in for a fasting moment at that moment. So we never like cooler. We just do what the man them are doing because it kind of fascinate I man. Because when I look and I see the small amount of food, because remember you come from outer road with a breakfast, a lunch, and many snacks in between,
In
right? Before
between.
you eat dinner, you know what I mean? And you gotta eat all the dinner and go snack after. So when I look and I see the little something that, when the fast break, and I say, if a man could have lived, if these people can live this way, just coming up, right? And I say, if these people can satisfy with what I saw in their hand or in their bowl, very small, I can do it. So I did just come in at that fasting moment and I decided to do it because I saw the people them doing it. But normally a camp setting up is always a harder. So when the order is um, from 12 till 2, every man fall in that order. The only individual who wouldn't fast, as hear the reading say, like a sick person wouldn't fast. A baby mother should have a freedom right there, pregnant individual. The young individual them now you don't put them on a fasting like that neither because the youth them fast a little different from even the bigger man them. How the youth them with a fast, them with a fast now either. Give them breakfast before certain hours and then what I mean, make them fast a certain amount of hours, and depend on the age of the youth too. Because youth is youth and you can't put even the youth them for fasting. So the youth them wasn't even at that part. You know what I mean? Yes, but if the youth reach all 7 now, you could have did, give me breakfast certain time and that's what I say. Yeah, so it was a camp setting. I think that the priest was asking. It wasn't a forced thing, but when you come to the camp and you see them are do it that way, you kind of fall in and I'm gonna really force you. And even at that moment, you never get a one to sit down and read with you. Because at that first moment, if you don't wise, you don't get it right neither. Because you know, for all the fasting, as you break your fast in the tabernacle, the first moment I come out and eat something. You see, so it definitely got the right way at that first moment for me. And I mean, if you ever want to even comfort me, neither as a priest or prophet, so you just come. You don't have to, you know, overthink that you do something wrong. So at that moment, I was overthinking that I did something wrong because I never followed the proper order. One perfect love.
Why not? But you know, Charlie said, you know, when me come on the first time, I come on the foundation and fasting, me walk right into, you know. But even priest Alpha, you can just imagine when you go the hill and fasting, you know, I look soft neither. From far, yeah, man, in it, in the car, you have that kind of a zeal and a momentum. It never know like my man one night, as the priest said, either you're sick. Because from you go, you know, say I fasted and you see the man, them I go through. And naturally, I come say, yeah, man, you stand up on the fire, said way. You know what I mean, say? So, that's yeah. My lord.
Preaching, my lord.
Yes, go ahead and then the next, please.
Yeah, yes. Me ma ask a question there, and when I depend hills, you know, you'd have Monday and Wednesday fasting, but I really did when really like the first party day, them really start. But you know, which we just have couple back to back. And everyone depend it basically, unless them have an illness or whatever it is. Some of the ones them may all choose to go wherever them country, wherever them live sometime to, you know what I mean, because of the extremity of it. Or maybe, as I said, maybe some illness too. You know what, them can't partake. But on most occasion, I mean, all of we did always there. All of we who can angle it, deal with it was not forced thing, but you know, everybody have a dip on it. And because I mean the fasting did always get broken at the tabernacle. I mean, I
Yeah.
remember the first set them did really go from really like I like 22 hours of fasting. You only had like 2 hours to eat. Them early 40 days they will be the go pan. You know what I mean? It start from 2 o'clock in the evening and you broke fast the next day at 12 o'clock. And it usually take you an hour or so for the whole percussion go through in at the tabernacle. For all of the leading priests and everybody supposed to broke them fast in the tabernacle. You know what I mean? So that way, you know, we take a little while, and after it done, then, you know, one maybe go to the kitchen and get some sip or drink some more water or whatever. And it take a while for you get to understand and balance it within yourself, because as I say, and as Priest Earl say, I was always a man who nourish myself. When me I grew up, me not leave my house without my breakfast. And me always have some kind of lunch. And when me I come home, me I go have dinner. And as the man say, we all have supper sometime too. You know, me I deal with majesty. So, you know, it just really put you on another mindset. You know, and make you dig deeper within yourself, to control your urges, you know, and know the journey where you're upon. And just go through it manfully, you know what I mean? And I can say me go through all of them, you know, all of the every work, because all of them early days, we never have no water. A bucket we have to carry. So you'd have to go size up now early in the morning. If you get up early before the sun lick you, to go do your bucket movement them differently if you get your water for your family. And then you can sit in and, you know, you look a bit and drain off. But yeah, man, you know, you go through majesty, and the whole of it was, you know, the step up on it differently. The whole house, the step up on it differently. Yes, sir.
My lord. Bless.
Blessed
Alrighty,
Floor is
Honorable.
open.
Yeah.
Priest
Oh,
in
God.
line. Next priest in line.
Bless the Lord, Majesty.
My Lord.
Give thanks for the freedom to speak, my Lord.
My Lord.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. I want to relate to Priest Adva question. So before that, I want to say I like how the reading ended, you know, showing us that we have to let go the ways of the European, you know.
My
If we let
Lord.
go the ways of the European, let go the diet, let go the education, you know, let go their form of spirituality. And I will be naturally living to a certain standard where we are naturally fasting. You know? Because if them who teach you about 3 meals a day and you know, and the whole way how them teach you to eat, that's what they call you eat in the morning breakfast. Because they say you break your fast. So they want you to eat early in the morning, middle of the like how the priest was now saying, and you're eating in between and all of that. You know, you need to let go the ways of the European. You know, and that is the only way how we'll truly be able to alchemize things as also in the reading what we read earlier. You know? And you see when I fast as the priest was saying earlier, it have to be in unison, you know, relating to priest Adva question. 2 things very important that I believe we must all know when we're fasting. What are we fasting for? And what are we fasting from? Everyone should know that when they take up the fast. You know? What you're
My Lord.
fasting, what you're fasting for? What is the reason and the purpose for you fasting? Now, relating to the priest Adva question, if all we come together to fast for the same purpose, with the same intentions, and we try to at least put the same or similar effort and energy into it, that is how we create a massive electromagnetic energy in order to conjure a massive manifestation. You have to create a massive electromagnetic energy with a massive amount of people. But we all have to have the same meditation and same reason for doing this fast. It not gonna work no other way. If you want to make something happen, if you want to make a fulfillment, there's no other way. If we want to do it as a people, there's no other way. Right? Now when it comes to the personal fast, you find say it have some will be fasting for all kind of different reasons, things each of us going through in the personal lives, and we fasting for that. You understand? That will be a personal fast. You know? Now, what we fasting from, very, very important too. Because it's not just to say you're fasting from eating and that makes it all right. You see it? The greater fast is the fast from wrong things and wrongdoings. The greater fast is to fast from things that you want to, you want to try and get out of your life. You want to make a betterment in your life. You know what you're fasting from to make a change. And if you know what you're fasting from, when the fast is done, you're not going to go back to them ways. You see it? Because if we just go back to the ways, what we really do? Nothing ain't changed. You see it? So we have to know what we're fasting from so we could change them ways and make a betterment in ourselves. You see it? So when I'm in the camp here now, if we can all somehow call some kind of decree and say, well, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to make manifest. And we come together and we say we're going to hold a serious fast. All the priests them on the fast, all the prophets them on the fast. Empress who can even whatever youths could, right? But when we take up the fast, it is not just a Lent fast, but we fasting for a particular reason, purpose. We know what we're fasting for. Because there's a meditation out there, it's not just to say we follow a thing and we make a thing happen and we just try a thing. That's why it's called science. It's chemistry we're working on, my Lord and Empress. You see it?
My Lord.
So that is I'm on meditation and views on the facts, and I hope I could relate Praise God, my question. My Lord.
Powerful.
Bless the Lord.
To the chair.
Blessed love and peace, Maisie.
Majesty. I give thanks, for today's reasoning. Give thanks to Jah Rastafari and his love and his understanding. And what Jah teach and I, glorify the man, glorify the Black Christ. You understand? Because everything that I hear today, so powerful to me. I don't know about any other, but listening to it, great teaching. And this is no new teaching that I am hearing. This is the teaching that Jah teach us, from them time. You understand? Take for instance, as I said in my vice note a couple of times with this fasting, since we know that we are going into this Lenten season, I said, once and once we just jump up and fast, we don't know understanding, as Priest Evan has stated right now, and Priestess Sabana, etc., etc. They really don't get it. They really don't know what they are really fasting for. You understand? Are we going to just fast because it is an order? Yes. Right? Because, when we were on the camp, the Father was there, and we know that just a fasting, right? Everybody pulling together. Jah put out an order, we comply, and we do it freely, not with a burden, not with a major say, well, then you have to do it. If your body is not into the condition to fast, you cannot fast. Because you're fasting that you're going to fast, mean as the mindset that you have, right? It's not worth anything because your heart is not there. Your mind is not within the fasting. But because I'm going to say, it's an order and you have to do it. No, Jah come with a freedom of, Jah give everyone a freedom. If my heart, if me sick, and me not see me can manage the fasting, then me have a father to go to me say, Dada XYZ, and so on and so on. You talk to your father. Him now go say, go fast because it's an order. Him go say, go and take care of yourself. Right? Now, these are the things. Now, the fasting that I see happening now from a couple years, it's just everybody doing them one thing. Why you don't see the power out of the 40 days fasting when it is finished? Because everybody is not pulling in one. And the house that divided cannot stand. Right? If we come together and say we are going to pull this fasting, powerful, know the meaning of the fasting. We are fasting for upliftment. We are fasting for betterment. We are fasting for better livity amongst ourselves. Then, heart and heart together, in the ending of the fasting, you will see such beautiful works, such power from that fasting that even yourself can't believe what you get out of it. But because of, some I do 6 to 6, some I do 2 to 12, some I do, and whatever, we are not getting the energy. We are not getting the power from the fasting. You see? So my family, in whatever we do or say, we must do it in one. When I came to the foundation, no, just say one with whatever from his right, we must go it. If Priest Rastavana said we must stand up and it is our right, then we must comply. Yeah? And say, all good things, we must comply in everything that is good. The fasting, my brother and sister, fasting, we must go into the fasting with clear conscience, clear knowledge. The bad mind, the grudgeful, the envy, you have me up and me have you up, and me not in nothing with councillor elder, me not in nothing with parliament. That the fasting day where people are fast can't walk. It will never go anywhere because we are odds against one another. We hate one another so much in this time. I do not know what the fasting is for. But as I say, you know, everyone have to give account for themselves. Everyone have to give account for their lives. Everyone have to give account for their liberty in this time. Me can't tell a man what to do. Me can't go show him the way right. But me can't force him say you have to live it. So with me always say, my brothers and sisters, if you're on this fasting, know what you're fasting for. Right? No gonna start the fasting with the bad mind, the grudgeful. Because you see when the fasting done, the bad mind and the grudgeful is still there. It not gone away, it never left your heart. The age is where you have. Yeah. The age is where you have amongst you, one another, it's still there. Prayer for clear conscience. Prayer for clean hands and pure heart. Right? That's what we are fasting for. I give thanks for today reasoning. You know, it has been a blessing. I listen to everyone. Let us do what is right within ourselves. Because we are doing it, you know. It's not no one else, you know. It's about us, you know, and we are right. Give thanks, my brother. Blessed love.
Blessed love and heaven and praise. Majesty. 2 words. 2 words.
Through the chair.
Yes, my lord.
There's 2 quick things. Honorable Priest Evans, I hope you're hearing that. Yes, my lord. As you said, the eye is a student. Love it. Love what the eye say. Love how the eye put it. And mama just come and just back it up just the way it's supposed to back up. I don't need to add nothing to what the two of the eye them say right now. The eye them watch the video, the eye them listen to the narrative, and the eye them cite. Everyone, you know, every contribution was solid. But you see how the eye worded the eye presentation. Mama,
yes,
how you word Mama word our thing, beautiful. It is about us and our internal. We can't do the whole thing and expect say we're going to get the power that we supposed to. The you know, having the, like we said earlier, the if we don't release, then you can't put new wine into a dirty bowl or a bowl with old wine. You will corrupt the new wine. It's about releasing that negative, that whole negativeness, and embracing this moment. Seeing this moment of togetherness, you know, of love, you know, see it. 3/7, if we come together, and I think that answers the Honorable Priest Advar's question very clearly. If we come together like we did in the camp, freely, with a heart, volunteering as we are volunteer Ethiopians, we will see the power of our science. So we love it, family. Love it, love it. Back to the chair.
My lord.
Yes, Royal, sir. As the priest said, if we come together like we do it in the camp, in the camp now, sometimes as one fasting done, another one start, right? And most of the time, if we say with a fast pan, a one thing or no word a fast, right? If we ask that question, although we were doing it together, not for we never know what we were fasting for, you know, our year. You understand? Because if we just say we didn't know we were fast and we did so perfect, it what we did here. Whether just say the 1st of August, the next one, you know, I go catch home. But no, when we come here, remember, we never know about fasting, you know, coming, you know, as young people, you know. So some of the time, if we just say we even that do it together, we didn't go feel so. You understand? Like we that do it together. I feel like so this is the best time we have right, you know, because we are here right now.
Rastafari. You take the word out of my mouth, priest.
You see it? Yes, cause some of the time the past we can't correct it, you know, but when we check the past and see how much fast in the verse, and if we don't never get it right, you know, and we have a father with us. And that was the time we said that was the golden age. And if we say we did get it right, we never get it right neither. That's why we are still here. So we have to face the reality. If you even check it right now, you know, and you just say, well, what do it? I could have just a little handful of we still. I remember me a priest of the camp and me have trained the young man, you know. So first of all, why me couldn't depend the 12 to 2 because me there road. And if me depend 12 to 2, me can't go move going on my vineyard. So me directly have to depend a little later time. You see it? I'm on the depend 6 to 8. But what I find out with the 6 to 8 now, sometimes as me heat within that moment, I kind of can't hold up the rest. The rest just depend me. And this is not good to eat and lie down. So that you start give me a problem. But I don't want them in the depend, but we can't. It's not so me can't man, it's 12 to 2. But sometimes I'm not really, it's not a camp settings, right? If me say me have it on a oneness. Because you're going to a camp right now, a few man dead, you know, fast to in at the camp, you know. Because, you know, you have some man we cook some heavy duty pot and him not understand saying he can't eat so much food. So you directly have some man where set himself over the years. See, you know what I mean? Not really fast. So we'd have to even give thanks to the 1 and 2 house where really I tried your work, you know. Because King Manuel did come with this, as me said. When me hear the brethren speak, I today I live where I speak. You know what I mean? The Rasta man and the Rasta woman, me talk about the Baba Shanti because every other individual speak about the Baba Shanti and I highly respect, you know, all the other Rasta man them, you know, whether the strict way where we carry in the things or move. You understand? And every other Rasta man respect us because when it come on to this fasting and churchical order, the other man they are just getting there. You know what I mean? Yeah, so we have today if we make it proper and just give thanks again for all who, you know, I will up the other 100%.
And to
This
the
is
chief,
why, my Lord, this time is so important. Please, as what me see you had up your hand.
yeah, before you let go Priest Advert, my lad, we have a second segment, and so when Priest Advert come in, we after him we will go into the second segment, and then we can
All right.
continue. See,
Please, as
just
one.
one, yeah, just one quick thing as you come in, Priest. You see, our way of living, I like what Priest Earl said. See, if we did get it right, then we would have had a perfect order today. Remember now, fasting is an order that have not just the religious protocols, you know. You have to look at, we are human, we have a human temple. There is a way that we were supposed to be trained in how to fast that prevent doing harm to the body. We are just getting that right now. Because back then, if we all to you know, positive and truthful, a lot of I and I left off of the hill with some bad stomach problems. And I can name a list of names.
Ulcerated.
I can name a list of names. See? And because of the bad diet, there was a period in camp when a whole heap of man was rising out of themselves. I remember John the Divine, which most of the items I don't think even know of John the Divine. John the Divine, when I come a camp in the early days, was one of the most powerful region in a camp. When the man there minister, if you're up in your house, you grab your robe quick and head down. and I see John the Divine rise out of himself. I see Priest Dicky rise out and I see a whole Priest Pablo, one of the youngest priests ever to touch the goal, right? Because there were many things that we were starting off with that we needed to know more about to perfect that art. My Lord, Honorable Priest Advar, uh,
Oswald.
Aswad, yes, Honorable Priest Aswad. To the eye.
Bless
I,
the
I,
Lord,
I,
my Lord and Empress.
my Lord.
I give thanks for the evening and reasoning, you know, concerning the fasting and the things that we have to do to make ourselves better in life. You know, I missed a lot of the meeting today, but I could say something about the fasting. It's a season that we create change, that we use to benefit something positive. And we who stray from the religious side, we do it for more spiritual, cultural, and traditional benefits. Because the custom that the Catholics keep it till the Easter and this, we do it different. You know, it's an act of humility before God and with potential
Right.
expression of our needs. That is about controlling our inner self and realizing who we are. And it's a public display because they are looking at us, how we are fasting and what changes to expect. But I think I look at in fasting is what are the benefits of the fasting and what type of fasting we are doing, because there was this Judean fasting in the desert, and then after that there was another fasting. For different reasons, people fast because they have problems and with domestic life and spiritual negativity in their heart, so they do what they have to do to get right with oneself. You strip yourself from the things that you think are abnormal, and you go into a space which is the highest space and the loudest space and the most accurate place you could be is silence. And silence is such a key part of the fasting. But before we go into the fasting, we should always have a more than one reasoning in preparation, because every day things change. Every breath things change. Every time we blink our eyes, it's something changed. Within the blink, it could be an illusion that happened right in front of us and we don't realize it. So it's a science to fasting, and I think that is the key thing with fasting. And there are so many different fasts that we cannot say a fast should be this, that, or the other. As a group, as King Emmanuel taught us, and we know the fasting of that Melchizedek order, it's still, there are still things that we never reason about, and we never come after the fast, like after the reason. The reasoning. Before the reasoning close, we should have a little summary of what we benefit, what should be attributed, allotted, or achieved by the meeting, so we can know. But you see the continuant, what we talk about so much, we have to continue doing things. And you see the science that we talk about in it, the science will take us where? To the atoms. You're hearing me?
Yes, my
Yes, my
Lord.
Lord.
Yeah, the science will take us to the atoms and to the molecules and to beneficial things that are very important for us to study. That is where the deep science it is. So people just talk about the word fasting, meaning abstaining from this or not eating this or might benefit this. But you see the maths that we don't break down and how we don't understand truly the atoms and the molecules and ether and matter and how life form starts from the three different the neutrons, the protons, and the electrons spinning to create things. That's the way it starts from, because in everything there are atoms in everything we deal with. And that's the God. Just like the Holy Spirit is the energy force. Because the energy cannot die, the Holy Spirit cannot die either, is what we do with it. But we get confused and we rattle up into so much of stuff that we don't even study the basic necessity of the fasting. Is a form of a discipline for oneself, to one outer self, to become one with one inner self. And it is all about a key of understanding the fast, the benefits of the fast. And if every individual will come up here and see something different, but similar. So we
My
should
Lord.
take this time next reasoning, because we come up with the fasting thing and we drop it. I have my notes not with me, but that's nothing. Other people mightn't be prepared too. So I think we should continue this fasting reasoning and another time, so people can come up to the time, because from this lesson of fasting to do, because everyone have learned, everyone heard something new. The God talking to so much different individuals, there must be differences. And we had to put everything, a kind of simulation, as assimilation, to bring it together, to make that print, that fasting print, to make that book, because what we are doing are modifying things even for the Constitution, as we talk about the funeral things the other day and the different things. They are just pieces, excerpts coming together to complete our book of knowledge, with considering sometimes even the individual who you didn't understand, and doing a research on that individual within the week, will come forward better, probably agreeing. So everything we are doing, we need to use maths, physics, chemistry, biology, and whatever G we want to use. God then, Godhead, divine way, to find out what are we benefit. And I would like people to tell me today, please, I don't want to be rude, but I'm kind of that sometimes. What are they benefiting from the fasting, and what did they benefit from the fasting last year? Just a small summary for my notes, because I
My
think we
Lord.
need to work at it and organize each other. I'm hearing so much great speakers and so much great information, but we need to continue this. Just do it 1 week and then drop it up like a hot potato. I think the fasting should go on more than 1 week during the fast. And not even next week, because I know we might have an agenda already set for that. But bring it again so we could go to the next level of fasting, to understand what we learn from each other, and for us to comment on things. And I would like to hear a summary from whether the chair, whoever, secretary, about the whole meeting today. We need to do things and record things more and break down things, as I said, to the atoms, to the molecules, to know the nucleus of things, to know so much things we have to study today. We have to stop being students who don't realize we are still in school. My Lord and Empresses, divine
My
love to
Lord.
one another.
Yes,
Emperor
Honorable
Royal,
Prince. We give thanks.
Royal.
And we move on
Priest
to the
Advar's
second
hand
part.
is up, my lord.
Ah,
Priest Advar hand is up, has been up for a while.
I don't think he
All
ever
right.
put it
Cue up
down.
the video. Yeah, but cue up the video, Empress, because the time is running out and the segment two needs to begin.
Well,
The reasoning can continue after.
we
We will,
continue there.
the honorable chair can make a decision to allow Priest Advar. I know that he'll be short and spicy, and then we can just
I
start.
don't think him put down him hand.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
mine was down, but I put it I raised it again,
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
You can go through with the video, my lad. I will still hold the thought.
No,
Yeah,
Priest Advar.
Rastafari.
So, Priest, down, man. You can block your thoughts while she cue it up, my lord.
Can go through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cause
so,
Mercy Priest Brown like him did want to say something to but me no know.
we will come in
Um,
after. Everyone can start back after.
all right. Let me say this short and spicy, my lad. Listen. Yeah, man, they them answer the question. Yeah, everyone answer the question in a different way still, but give thanks for pre-7 for real, because it's that point I really wanted to touch on. How King Emmanuel was using the fast. Maybe ones and ones coming in never really know, man just are coming and them are fitting and, and ones
Mm-hmm.
are fasting. Yeah, but King Emmanuel was like even if it's like a topic, as pre-7 said, maybe King Emmanuel make a chart, but we can come together and say specifically, we call a decree if you know, say, my lord, this we are fast for, and this I go through. But me could have see King Emmanuel know and say, my lord, me depend on a mission, You see it? Want to send a delegation in Africa, or, want to bring down certain principalities or certain powers. And you see, some use the power of the tabernacle, the church, the service, the fasting, to keep that firmness within that focus on the prize, the mission at hand. So within
True.
all that missions, the man always running. I see that in him always incorporated the fast. It wasn't just a lentil fast. It was many
Right.
different fasts the man called, but it was there as like not a weapon, but for back up the whole, it's like, say you have a backbone, when you go up on a work, you need that back power, that strength. So I could have say like him just use that as a leverage, for cut and clear, my lord. So me give thanks for that powers, for that science, and I feel just that we have to just really rise again. As priest Azwa said, it kind of fall a little, but it still kind of did the remnant. But as the elders are here with us, give thanks, because it's with that remnant, see that knowledge, how to do it within the tabernacle, as the priest said, day to day. My Lord, we can see the powers, but no, to have what you're fasting for, as priest 7 say, and what you're fasting to leave
From
behind. Yeah, so short and spicy. Give thanks for the clarity and the good reasoning, my Lord.
my love. Just a quick intro because time is running away. Time waits on no one, as them say. The teachings of the masters of the Far East. This is the first in a series of reading. I don't know if this one will take you to the place that I and I would like the item to reach, but it is the beginning. This is a series of narratives that the Honorable Priest Knuckles and I came across years ago, and Priest Irel, and we sat together at Priest Knuckles' gates back then and listen and go through it. It's a set of narratives that I used to play every so often on Fridays at my establishment, to kind of set my meditation for the Sabbath. See, with that said, I and I going to go right into it. Empress.
In this first segment of today's program, we focus on origins of Lent fast and the pre-existing fasting protocols of the early African traditions. In this second segment, we will introduce the first in a series of discussions titled The Teachings of the Masters of the Far East. In 1894, a set of scientists, academias from the United States heard about the mystics of the Far East, the accounts of which sounded fictitious to these scientists. The old misconception that science and spirituality are opposing concepts were held by them. The scientists then decided to organize an expedition to the Far East, specifically Oceania, over in India, on a fact-finding mission. The accounts that will now be shared are the accounts of that voyage. Listen to the vivid descriptions that transpired, which clarifies the misnomers that science and spirituality are opposing concepts. In the narrative, the name given to Christ is from the Eurocentric interpretation, and we hope that ones will not be offended by its use, my Lord and Empress. Life and teachings of the Masters of the Far East.
Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East. By Baird T. Spalding. Volume 1. Forward. In presenting the life and teaching of the Masters of the Far East, I wish to state that I was one of a research party of 11 persons that visited the Far East in 1894. During our stay, 3.5 years, we contacted the great masters of the Himalayas, who aided us in the translation of the records, which was of great assistance in our research work. They permitted us to enter into their lives intimately, and we were thus able to see the actual working of the great law as demonstrated by them. We call them masters, which is merely our name for them. One living the life described herein is entitled to reverence and consideration as a master. Records and manuscripts, our actual experience with the masters, were preserved. Personally, at that time, I thought the world was not ready for this message. I was an independent member of the research party, and I am now publishing my notes under the title Life and Teaching of the Masters of the Far East, with the thought that the reader may accept or reject, as he wishes. This book, which will be followed by others of the Sun series, gives the first year's experience of the expedition in relation to the masters. It includes their teaching, which was taken by us stenographically at the time, with their permission and approved by them. The masters accept that Buddha represents the way to enlightenment, but they clearly set forth that Christ is enlightenment, or a state of consciousness for which we are all seeking, the Christ light of every individual, therefore, the light of every child that is born into the world. Signed, Baird T. Spalding. Chapter 1. We had been in India about 2 years, doing regular routine research work, when I met the master known in these writings as Emil. While walking along a street in the city where we were staying, my attention was attracted to a crowd. I saw the center of interest was one of the street magicians, or fakirs, that are so common in that country. As I stood there, I noticed beside me an elderly man who was not of the same caste as those about him. He looked at me and asked if I had been long in India. I replied, about 2 years. He asked, "Are you English?" I answered, "American." I was surprised and very much interested to find one who spoke English. I asked him what he thought of the performance then going on. He answered, "Oh, it is a common occurrence in India. These fellows are called fakirs, magicians, and hypnotists. They are all the name implies, but underneath it all is a deeper spiritual meaning that few discern, and good will come of it some day. It is but the shadow of the thing from which it sprang. It has caused a great deal of comment, and those commenting upon it seem never to have reached the true meaning, for there certainly is a truth underneath it all." Here we parted, and I saw him only occasionally during the next 4 months. Our expedition was confronted by a problem which gave us a great deal of trouble. In the midst of our worries, I again met Emil. Immediately he asked what was bothering me and began talking about our problem. I wondered at this, for I felt that none of our party had mentioned it outside of our little circle. His familiarity with the situation was such that I felt the whole matter was known to him. He explained that he had a certain insight into the affair and that he would endeavor to help. Within a day or two the matter was cleared up, leaving us without a problem. We wondered at this, but, with other things to occupy our time, soon forgot. As other problems came up, it became a habit with me to talk them over with Emil. It seemed that as soon as I discussed our troubles with him they would cease to exist. My associates had met and talked with Emil, but I had said little to them about him. By this time I had read a number of books on Hindu lore, selected by Emil, and I was fully convinced that he was one of the adepts. My curiosity was keenly aroused, and I was becoming more deeply interested each day. One Sunday afternoon Emil and I were walking in a field when he called my attention to a pigeon circling overhead and casually remarked that the bird was looking for him. He stood perfectly still, and in a few moments the bird alighted upon his outstretched arm. He said the bird has a message from his brother in the north. This proved to be a fellow worker who had not reached the attainment whereby he could communicate directly, so he took this means. We later found that the masters are able to communicate with each other instantly by thought transference, or, as they call it, a force much more subtle than either electricity or wireless. I then began to ask questions, and Emil showed me that he was able to call the birds to him and direct their flight while they were in the air, that the flowers and trees would nod to him, that the wild animals would come to him fearlessly. He parted 2 jackals that were fighting over the body of a smaller animal that they had killed and were feeding upon. When he approached them they stopped fighting and put their heads in his outstretched hands in perfect trust, then resumed their meal in quiet. He even gave me one of the young wild creatures to hold in my hands. He then said to me, "This is not the mortal self, the self you see, that is able to do these things. It is a truer, deeper self. It is what you know as God, God within me, God the omnipotent one working through me, that does these things. Of myself, the mortal self, I can do nothing. It is only when I get rid of the outer entirely and let the actual, the I am, speak and work and let the great love of God come forth that I can do these things that you have seen. When you let the love of God pour through you to all things, nothing fears you and no harm can befall you. Every day during this time I had lessons with Emil. He would suddenly appear in my room, even if I had taken special care to lock the door before retiring. At first his appearance at will disturbed me, but I soon
Royalty.
Patricia.
Royalty. Royalty.
Blessed.
Yeah. Well, go on.
You're not hearing the video?
No.
No.
It somehow it switched to please as one screen.
I'll put it so.
Yes, family. As there is no dead time, we're
Yeah,
gonna
man.
hear. Hopefully, the Empress will get it tuned up back, but we're gonna hear things like what we just heard. You know, where we have those powers within us. I saw a movie years ago called The Beastmaster. In that movie, the individual was able to communicate with any animal telepathically. And as you heard in the narrative a while ago, it says that the masters were able, not everyone, the masters, those that achieved that level of discipline, they were able to communicate telepathically with each other instantly, no matter where they are, miles, hundreds of miles apart, and they could communicate. See, these are sciences that exist that people don't believe because we have been taught not to believe these things, not to believe that our ancestors had those powers. See, and so we're gonna hear it's very deep. It starts off like this, very simple, and it builds up, and you will get insight after insight that takes you into a depth of
Right.
spirituality. That
Yeah.
and when
Go
we
on,
hear it
Empress.
though, when we hear it, we will know that Dada, King Emmanuel, was on the right track because this is what he was trying to bring out of Ireland.
Go ahead, Empress.
He's trying, It's just
I see it come up on the screen.
yeah, it come up, but she don't get it yet. Anytime she gets it,
Okay.
she will start, and then I can shut up.
without a problem. We wondered at this, but with other things to occupy our time, soon forgot. As other problems came up, it became a habit with me to talk them over with Emil. It seemed that as soon as I discussed our troubles with him, they would cease to exist. My associates had met and talked with Emil, but I had said little to them about him. By this time I had read a number of books on Hindu lore, selected by Emil, and I was fully convinced that he was one of the adepts. My curiosity was keenly aroused and I was becoming more deeply interested each day. One Sunday afternoon Emil and I were walking in a field when he called my attention to a pigeon circling overhead and casually remarked that the bird was looking for him. He stood perfectly still and in a few moments the bird alighted upon his outstretched arm. He said the bird has a message from his brother in the north. This proved to be a fellow worker who had not reached the attainment whereby he could communicate directly, so he took this means. We later found that the masters are able to communicate with each other instantly by thought transference or, as they call it, a force much more subtle than either electricity or wireless. I then began to ask questions and Emil showed me that he was able to call the birds to him and direct their flight while they were in the air, that the flowers and trees would nod to him, that the wild animals would come to him fearlessly. He parted 2 jackals that were fighting over the body of a smaller animal that they had killed and were feeding upon. When he approached them, they stopped fighting and put their heads in his outstretched hands in perfect trust, then resumed their meal in quiet. He even gave me one of the young wild creatures to hold in my hands. He then said to me, "This is not the mortal self, the self you see, that is able to do these things. It is a truer, deeper self. It is what you know as God, God within me, God the omnipotent one working through me, that does these things. Of myself, the mortal self, I can do nothing. It is only when I get rid of the outer entirely and let the actual, the I am, speak and work and let the great love of God come forth that I can do these things that you have seen. When you let the love of God pour through you to all things, nothing fears you and no harm can befall you." Every day during this time I had lessons with Emil. He would suddenly appear in my room, even if I had taken special care to lock the door before retiring. At first his appearance at will disturbed me, but I soon saw that he took it for granted that I understood. I became accustomed to his ways and left my door open so that he could come and go as he pleased. This confidence seemed to please him. I could not understand all his teachings and I could not accept them fully, nor was I able, with all I saw while in the East, to fully accept at the time. It required years of meditation to bring me the realization of the deep spiritual meaning of these people's lives. Their work is accomplished without ostentation and in perfect childlike simplicity. They know the power of love to protect them and they cultivate it until all nature is in love with them and befriends them. Thousands of the common people are killed annually by serpents and wild animals, yet these masters have so brought forth the power of love in themselves that serpents and wild animals do not injure them. They live at times in the wildest jungles, and sometimes lay their bodies down before a village to protect it from the ravages of wild animals, and no harm befalls the village or themselves. When occasion requires they walk on water, go through fire, travel in the invisible, and do many other things that we have been accustomed to look upon as miracles performed only by one supposed in some way to possess supernatural powers. There is a striking resemblance between the life and teaching of Jesus of Nazareth and those of these masters as exemplified in their daily life. It has been thought impossible for man to derive his daily supply directly from the universal, to overcome death and to perform the various so-called miracles that Jesus performed while on earth. The masters prove that all these are their daily life. They supply everything needed for their daily wants directly from the universal, including food, clothing and money. They have so far overcome death that many of them now living are over 500 years of age, as was conclusively proved by their records. There are comparatively few of these masters in India, other cults seeming to be but offshoots of their teaching. They realize their number is limited and that only a few scholars can come to them. In the invisible, however, they can reach almost unlimited numbers, and it seems to be the greater work of their lives to reach out into the invisible and help all who are receptive to their teaching. The teaching of Emil laid the foundation for the work which we were to take up years later in our third expedition to these countries, during which time we lived with the masters continuously for 3½ years, traveled with them, and observed their daily lives and work throughout the Far East. Chapter 2. We arrived at Podol, from where the expedition was to start, late in the afternoon of December 22, 1894, and found we were to start Christmas morning upon what was to be the most memorable expedition of our whole lives. I never shall forget the few words Emil said to us that morning. These words were delivered in fluent English, although the speaker did not boast an English education, and he had never been out of the Far East. He began by saying, "'Tis Christmas morning, to you I suppose it is the day Jesus of Nazareth, the Christ, was born, to you the thought must come that he was sent to remit sins, to you he must typify the great mediator between you and your God. You seem to appeal to Jesus as a mediator between you and your God, who seems to be a stern and, at times, an angry God sitting off somewhere in the place called heaven, located where I do not know, except it be in man's consciousness. You seem to be able to reach God only through his less austere and more loving Son, the great and noble one whom we all call blessed and whose advent into the world this day commemorates. To us this day means more, to us this day not only means the advent into this world of Jesus, the Christ, but also this birth typifies the birth of Christ in every human consciousness. This Christmas day means the birth of the great Master and Teacher, the great liberator of mankind from material bondage and limitations. To us this great soul came on earth to show more fully the way to the real God, the great omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient one, to show that God is all goodness, all wisdom, all truth, all in all. This great Master, who came to this world this day, was sent to show more fully that God not only dwells without us but within us, that he never is, nor can be, separated from us or any of his creations, that he is always a just and loving God, that he is all things, knows all and is all truth. Had I the understanding of all men, it is beyond my power to express to you, even in an humble way, what this holy birth means to us. We are fully convinced, and we hope you also will see, that this great Master and Teacher came to us that we might have a fuller understanding of life here on earth, that all mortal limitations are but man-made and in no other way should they be interpreted. We know that this greatest of all teachers came to show more fully that the Christ in him and through whom he did his mighty works is the same Christ that lives in you, in me, and in all mankind, that we can, by applying his teachings, do all the works that he did and greater works. We believe that Jesus came to show more fully that God is the one great and only cause of all things, that God is all. You may have heard it said that we believe Jesus received his early training among us. Perhaps some of us do believe. Let that be as it is. Does it matter whether his training came from among us or as a direct revelation from God, the one source where all things really exist? For when an idea from God mind has been contacted by one man and sent out through the spoken word, cannot one, or all, again contact that thought in the universal? Because one has contacted the idea and sent it out, it does not follow that it is his particular possession. If he did appropriate and hold it, where would be room for receiving? To receive more we must give out what we have received. If we withhold what we receive, stagnation will follow, and we will be like the wheel that generates power from the water and suddenly, of its own volition, begins to withhold the water which it is using. It will soon find itself stifled with inert water. It is only when the water is allowed to flow freely through that it is of value to the wheel to create power. Just so with man. When he contacts God's ideas he must give them out in order to receive the benefit from them. He must allow all to do the same, that they may grow and develop as he is growing. I am of the opinion that what Jesus taught came to him as a direct revelation from God, as it no doubt has come to our great teachers. Are not all things of God, and whatever one human being can do, cannot all do? We believe you will be convinced that God is ever willing and ready to reveal himself to all men as he has revealed himself to Jesus and others. The only requisite necessary is for each one to be willing to let God come forth. We believe, with all sincerity, that all are created equal, that all men are one man, that the mighty works done by Jesus can and will be done by all. You will see there is nothing mysterious about these works. The mystery is only in man's mortal concept of them. We fully realize you have come to us with minds more or less skeptical. We trust you will live with us and know us as we really are. Our work and the results accomplished, we leave you to accept or reject, as you will. Chapter 3. Emil sent us away with a few remarks, in which he said, "You are about to start on your expedition with these two men, Jast and Nepro, to accompany you. As you travel it will take about 5 days to journey to your next important stopping place, about 90 miles distant. I will tarry here for a time because it will not be necessary for me to consume that time to cover the distance, but I will be there to greet you. I wish to ask that you leave one of your party here, in order to make observations and corroborate what may happen. In this way, time will be saved and he will be able to join the expedition not later than 10 days hence. We simply ask him to watch and report what he sees." We started with Jast and Nepro in charge of the expedition, and I wish to say that more business-like arrangements could not well be imagined. Every detail was complete and swung into line with the rhythm and precision of music. This harmony was maintained throughout the entire expedition, which lasted 3.5 years. We arrived at the appointed village about 4 o'clock of the 5th day, and there was a meal to greet us, as he had agreed. Can you imagine our amazement? We were quite certain we had come by the only traveled route and by the swiftest mode of locomotion in that country, except as the couriers go. They travel in relays and go night and day. Here was a man well advanced in years, as we thought, and one we felt would in no wise be able to negotiate a journey of 90 miles in less time than it required us to do the same, yet, here he was. Of course we all tried to ask questions at once and were eager to hear. These were his words. I said when you departed that I would be here to greet you. I am here. I wish to call your attention more fully to the fact that man in his right domain is limitless, knows no limit of time or space. Man, when he knows himself, is not obliged to toil wearily along for 5 days to accomplish 90 miles. Man in his right estate can accomplish any distance, it matters not the magnitude, instantly. A moment ago I was in the village from which you departed 5 days ago. What you saw is my body still reposes there. Your associate, whom you left in that village, will tell you that, until a few moments before 4 o'clock, I conversed with him, stating that I would go to greet you as you would arrive here about this hour. What you saw is my body is still there and your associate still beholds it, although it is at present inactive. This was done simply to show you that we are able to leave our bodies and greet you at any appointed place, at any specified time. The two who accompanied you could have accomplished the journey as I have. In this way you will more readily realize that we are only ordinary humans of the same source as you, that there is no mystery but that we have developed the powers given all by the Father, the great omnipotent one, more fully than you have. My body will remain where it is until night, then I will bring it here and your associate will proceed on his way here as you did, arriving in due time. After a day's rest we will journey to a small village, 1 day off, where we will tarry 1 night, then return here and meet your associate to see what his report will be. We will assemble this evening in the lodge. In the meantime, farewell. In the evening, after we had assembled, Emil, without opening the door, suddenly appeared in our midst and said, "You have seen me appear in this room, as you would say, by magic. Let me say there is no magic about it. Here is a simple experiment which you can behold. You can see this, consequently you will believe. Kindly gather around so that you can see. We have a small glass of water which one of your number has just brought from the spring. You see that a minute particle of ice is forming in the very center of the water. You see it gather to itself, particle by particle, more ice, until now the whole of the water in the glass is frozen. What has happened? I held the central atoms of the water in the universal until they became formed, or, in other words, I lowered their vibrations until they became ice and all the other particles formed around them until the whole has become ice. You can apply this to the little glass, the tub, the pond, the lake, the sea, the whole mass of the water of the earth. What would happen? All would be frozen, would it not? To what purpose? None. You ask by what authority? I say by using a perfect law. But in this case, to what end? Nothing, as no good has been accomplished or could be accomplished. Had I gone on determined to carry this out fully, what would have happened? The reaction. To whom? To me. I know the law and what I express returns to me as truly as I express it. Therefore, I express only the good and the good returns to me only as good. You can readily see that, had I persisted in the freezing, the cold would have reacted upon me long before I had accomplished the end and I would, in reaping the harvest of my desire, have been frozen. Whereas, if I express the good, I reap the harvest of my good eternally. My appearance in this room tonight may be explained in this way. In the little room where you left me I held my body in the universal by raising its vibrations and it returned to the universal or, as we say, returning it to the universal where all substance exists. Then, through my I am, my Christ consciousness, I held my body in my mind until its vibrations were lowered and it took form right here in this room and you could see it. Wherein is there any mystery? Am I not using the power, or the law, given me by the Father through the beloved Son? Is not this Son you and I and all mankind? Wherein lies the mystery? There is none. Consider the faith represented by the mustard seed. It comes to us from the universal through the Christ within, which has already been born within us all. As a minute speck it enters through the Christ, or superconscious mind, the place of receptivity within ourselves. Then it must be carried to the mount or highest within ourselves, the very top of the head. It is held there. We must then allow the Holy Spirit to descend. Now comes the admonition, "Thou shalt love the Lord, thy God, with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy strength and with all thy mind." Think. Does the meaning come? Heart, soul, strength, mind. Is there anything to do at this point but to turn it all over to God, the Holy Spirit, the whole I Spirit in action? This Holy Spirit comes in many ways, perhaps as tiny entities tapping and seeking admittance. We must accept and allow this Holy Spirit to come in and unite with the minute point of light or seed of knowing and revolve around it and adhere to it, just as you saw the particles of ice adhere to the central particle, and it will grow in form particle by particle, circle by circle, just as the ice, multiply and express that seed of knowing until you are able to say to the mountain of difficulties, "Be thou removed and cast into the sea," and it will be done. Call this fourth dimension or what you wish, we call it God in expression, through the Christ in us. It is in this way the Christ was born. Mary, the Great Mother, perceived the ideal was held in mind, then conceived in the soil of her soul, held for a time there, then brought forth or born as the perfect Christ child, the firstborn, the only begotten, the Son of God. He was nourished and protected, given the very best of the mother, watched over and cherished until he grew from childhood into manhood. It is thus the Christ comes to all of us, first as an ideal planted in the soil of our soul, the central part where God is, held in mind as the perfect ideal, then brought forth or born as the perfect child, the Christ consciousness. You who have seen what has been accomplished here doubt your own eyes. I do not blame you. I get the thought of hypnotism from the minds of some. My brothers, is there one here who feels that he does not have the power to exercise every God-given faculty that he has seen brought forth tonight? Do you think for a moment that I am in any way controlling your thought or vision? Do you think that I could, if I would, cast a hypnotic spell over any or all of you, for did you not all see? Is it not recorded in your own great book that Jesus entered a room with the doors closed? He just came in as I have done. Do you think for a moment that Jesus, the great master and teacher, needed in any way to hypnotize? He used his own God-given power as I have done tonight. Let me say that I have done nothing but what each one of you can do. Not only you, but every child that is or has been born into this world, or universe, has the same power to do just what you have seen accomplished this night. I wish to get this clearly before your minds. Let me also say that you are individuals, that you are not personalities, that you are free wills, not automatons. Jesus did not need to hypnotize and we do not need to hypnotize. Doubt us all you wish until you are fully satisfied as to our honesty. Put the idea of hypnotism away for the time, or at least let it lie passive until you have gone deeper into the work. All we ask is that you keep an open mind. Chapter 4. We entered the little village of about 200 inhabitants 1/2 hour before sunset, and, when it was known that Jast was with us, I believe every villager, old and young, and every pet and domestic animal came to greet us. While we were the object of more or less curiosity, it was immediately noted that Jast was the center of interest, greeted by all with the utmost reverence. After a few moments he said a word to the villagers and all but a few returned to their usual duties. Jast turned to us and asked if we wished to go with him while the camp was being prepared for the night. 5 of our party said they were tired after the day's journey and wished to rest. The remainder of us followed Jast and the handful of villagers toward the far side of the clearing that surrounded the village. After crossing the clearing we had gone but a short distance into the jungle when we came upon the form of a man lying upon the ground as though dead. That was our impression at first glance. A second glance, however, showed that the repose suggested calm sleep rather than death. We stood staring as though transfixed, for we saw that the figure lying on the ground was Jast. Suddenly, as Jast walked toward it, the figure became animated and rose to a standing position. As the figure and Jast stood face to face for an instant, there was no mistaking the identity. It was Jast. All saw that it was he. Instantly, the Jast we had known had disappeared and there was but one figure standing before us. Of course, all this was accomplished in much less time than it takes to tell, and the wonder was that not one of us questioned. The 5 who had been left behind at camp came running without a signal from any of us. We afterwards asked them why they came. The answers were, "We don't know. The first we knew, we were all on our feet and running to you. We simply do not know why we did it. None of us recall any signal. We found ourselves running in your direction before any of us realized what we were doing." One of our number remarked, "My eyes are opened so wide that I see far beyond the veil of death, and the wonders that stand revealed are beyond conception." Another said, "I see the whole world overcoming death." How vividly the words come back, quote the last enemy, death, shall be overcome. Is not this the fulfillment of these words? What pygmies are our mere intellects in comparison with this gigantic but simple understanding, and yet we have dared to look upon ourselves as giants of intellect. Why, we are mere babes. I just begin to see the meaning of "ye must be born again." How true the words. I leave the reader to imagine our surprise or bewilderment. Here was a man with whom we had been in daily contact, and by whom we had been served daily, that was able to lay his body down for the protection of others and go on and serve so very efficiently. Could it do otherwise than recall, "He that is greatest among you, shall be servant or shall serve"? I think there was not one among us but from that moment lost all fear of death. These people are accustomed to laying a body down before a village in the jungle of a country infested with marauding men and animals, and that village is as safe from the ravages of men and animals as though it were in a civilized country. It was very evident that Jast's body had been lying where we found it for a considerable time. The hair had grown long and bushy, and in it were the nests of a little bird peculiar to the country. These birds had built their nests, reared their young, and the young had flown away, thus giving unmistakable evidence of the time the body had been in that position and inactive. These birds are very timid and will abandon their nests at the slightest disturbance. This shows the great love and trust of the little birds. Chapter 5. We were up at sunrise the next morning, and that day returned to the village where we had left our outfit. We arrived at the village just before dark and pitched our camp under a great banyan tree. The next morning Emil greeted us and we all began asking questions. He said, "I do not wonder at your questions, and I will gladly answer all that I can at this time, leaving others until you have gone further into our work. In talking to you as I am, you fully realize that I am using your language to convey to you the one great underlying principle of our belief. When all know the truth and it is rightly interpreted, truly is it not one and all from the same source? Are we not all one with the universal mind substance, God? Are we not all one great family? Is not every child, every one born, no matter the caste or creed, a member of this great family? You ask if we believe death is avoidable. Let me answer in the words of the Siddha, "The human body is built up from the individual cell, like the bodies of plants and animals, whom we love to call younger and less evolved brothers. The individual cell is a minute microscopic unit of the body. By a process of growth and division, repeated many times, this minute nucleus of a cell unit results at last in a complete human being, built up of almost countless millions of cells. These body cells specialize for certain different functions, but they retain, in the main, the characteristics of the individual cell whence they arose. This individual cell may be looked upon as the torch-bearer of animate life. It passes on from generation to generation the latent fires of God, the vitality of all living beings, with an unbroken ancestry reaching back to the time when life first appeared on this planet. This individual cell has the property of unlimited youth. But what about the group cells called the body? The group cells arose from the individual cell repeated many times, retaining its individual characteristics, one of which is the latent fire of life, or eternal youth. The group cells, or body, function as guardian of the individual cell only during the short span of life as you know it now. The most ancient of our teachers by inspirational means perceived the truth of the fundamental unity of life reactions in plant and animal. We can well imagine these teachers beneath the spreading banyan addressing their pupils as follows, "Look at this giant tree. The vital process going on in our brother, this tree, and in ourselves is fundamentally the same. Behold the leaves and the buds at the tips of the oldest banyan, how young they are, young as the seed from which the giant sprang into life. The life reactions of plant and man being alike, man can certainly profit by the experience of the plant. As the leaves and buds at the tips of the branches of the oldest banyan are as young as the seed whence it sprang, even so the group cells in man forming his body, need not gradually lose their vitality and die, but may grow young and evergreen as the ovum or individual cell itself. Indeed, there is no reason why your body should not grow as young and vital as the vital seed from which it sprang. The ever-spreading banyan, always a symbol of everlasting life, does not die except through accident. No natural law of decay, no old age process seems to exist within the banyan tree to affect injuriously the vital energy of its cells. The same is true of the human form divine. There is no natural law of death or decay for man, except through accident. No inevitable old age process exists within his body or group cells, nothing that can gradually paralyze the individual. Death is, then, an avoidable accident. Disease is, above all, dis-ease, absence of ease or santi, sweet, joyous peace of the spirit reflected through the mind in the body. Senile decay, which is the common experience of man, is but an expression that covers his ignorance of cause, certain disease conditions of mind and body. Even accidents are preventable by appropriate mental attitude. Says the Siddha, the tone of the body may be so preserved that it may naturally resist with ease infectious and other disease, like plague and influenza. The Siddha may swallow germs and never develop disease at all. Remember that youth is God's seed of love planted in the human form divine. Indeed, youth is the divinity within man, youth is the life spiritual, the life beautiful. It is only life that lives and loves, the one life eternal. Age is unspiritual, mortal, ugly, unreal. Fear thoughts, pain thoughts, and grief thoughts create the ugliness called old age. Joyous thoughts, love thoughts, and ideal thoughts create the beauty called youth. Age is but a shell within which lies the gem of reality, the jewel of youth. Practice acquiring the consciousness of childhood. Visualize the divine child within. Before falling asleep, suggest to your consciousness, I now realize that there is within me a spiritual joy body ever young, ever beautiful. I have beautiful, spiritual mind, eyes, nose, mouth, skin, the body of the divine infant, which now, tonight, is perfect. Repeat this affirmation and meditate upon it quietly while falling asleep. Upon rising in the morning, suggest to yourself aloud, well, dear, addressing yourself by name, there is a divine alchemist within. By the spiritual power of these affirmations during the night, a transmutation takes place in the unfolding from within. The Spirit has saturated this spiritual body and spiritual temple. The inner alchemist has caused dead and worn out cells to fall and the gold of new skin to appear with perpetual health and loveliness. Truly divine love in demonstration is eternal youth. The divine alchemist is within my temple, constantly coining new and beautiful baby cells. The spirit of youth is within my temple, this human form divine, and all is well. Om Santi, 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 peace, peace, peace. Learn to smile in the sweet way of a child. A smile from the soul is spiritual relaxation. A real smile is a thing of true beauty, the artistic work of the inner ruler immortal. It is well to affirm, I think a kind thought for all the world. May all the world be happy and blessed. Affirm before taking up the work for the day, within me there is a perfect form, the form divine. I am now all that I desire to be. I visualize daily my beautiful being until I breathe it into expression. I am a divine child, all my needs are being now and forever supplied. Learn to thrill yourself. Affirm, infinite love fills my mind and thrills my body with its perfect life. Make everything bright and beautiful about you. Cultivate a spirit of humor. Enjoy the sunshine. You understand that I am quoting from the teaching of Siddha. They are the oldest teachers known and their teaching antedates all history by thousands of years. They went about teaching the people and showing them the better way of life even before man knew the simple arts of civilization. It is from their teaching that the system of rulers sprang. But these rulers soon wandered away from the realization that it was God expressing through them. Thinking it was themselves, the personal, who were doing the work, they lost sight of the spiritual and brought forth the personal or material, forgetting that all comes from the one source, God. These rulers' personal concepts gave rise to the great separations in belief and the wide diversity of thought. This is our concept of the Tower of Babel. The Siddha have preserved throughout the ages the true inspirational methods of God expressing through mankind and through all his creations, realizing that God is all and that it is God manifesting through all. They have never deviated from this teaching. Thus they have preserved the great fundamental truth.
Majesty bless.
My Lord. Rastafari. I want powerful readings, my Lord. I want powerful reading, man. Yes, I.
Give thanks to the Council of Elders, for bringing this forward. Because
Rastafari. Yes, I. Yeah, man.
Family, I have nothing to say, Stay with them now, Conversation continue.
Yeah, man. I just show at time me and a brethren was reasoning. And we say, you see, when Jack gave me the priesthood, it ain't like him get a perfect man and him say, well, yeah, that man, all him see is that man have a potential and him open the door. So the priesthood is a journey,
Well said.
all of us. And you see, the crucial time of this time, it's important. It's not nothing like what it thing and we have to come and pick back up. It's a journey we are on, my lad, building character and understanding the finish of the strad. Yeah, the sages of the earth. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari,
Love.
Rastafari. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress, Majesty.
To the chair.
Yes, Honorable Priest Adva.
Love, 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 love. Give thanks for the royal, audio, video.
Yes, God.
Yeah, man. It a show how far we have come from ourselves, and how far the man come really to bring us back to ourselves. And that's why the man said when we come home, we have to go back to school. So you see, when Priest Nappy said, the man, enough people, enough tradition will get taken out of them territory. You see, and we were carried so far away, my lord. You see it, an empress, you see? Yeah, so that's why the freedom is so necessary because it give us like a start. You see, like a equal
Rastafari.
level, foundation for even build upon. So me give thanks to King Emmanuel, this kingdom, because so much ancient city man bring power to us, the recognition of ourselves, my lord, that when we come home to Africa, we'll be so secured and confident and still knowing there's still so much to learn, because I don't feel that just like the government part, like him say, we is a parliament. But there's enough things we have to put together. So I don't feel that came like that, just to give us everything at once. There's some things, you know, the time wasn't even there for that. You understand? And there's just so much to know, my lord. You see, and to be aware of. So I give thanks because I always honestly, yeah, the tradition of Christ, like that man we read about. Yeah, the man in the scripture we read about, right? And the tradition where he went to Tibet and India and these places. And I get it like it's a Essenes. So I wonder if it's the same people, the Essenes tradition, which is like they said Melchizedek tradition. So it's like the man come back for just show we say, cause even the other day, even more time we are sing a chorus or a hymn, you find said the next priest I sing it in my home it the same way. A brethren link I the other day, and the brethren now feel good, and just travel from Mozambique. No, it's before I went to Mozambique. And him now feel irie, and I check him if I should bring him some honey. Me I ask him if there's anything you need from the farm, my lad. You see? And he must say, no, but me I say, so you don't need no honey, my lad. You see it? And he must say, yes, my lad, I need some honey. Bring me 2 honey. Bring me 2 of the buckles of honey, my lad. I remember I said I did don't take a honey, so I have that strength for the eye. So bring those 2 buckles of honey. So when I check the man and me and the man are reason, he might elaborate more. He might show even him Empress and once around him say, you know what? Empress, you know, when we buy that honey the other day, and I say, no, man, Priest Advar have the honey. have to call Priest Advar and tell Advar, bring the honey, my lad. You see, because you have the honey and it's the best honey. You understand? We're paying even less for your honey, so it don't make sense we buy this honey. You see, so he was telling the empress. So he said, when he reach in now, he's gonna call I, and he's gonna make sure that I know to bring the honey. So he never call I, You see, so I call him in the uprising now. Me and him are reason, asking him how you feeling, So I'm show him he's feeling a little better. So I'm saying, all right, my lad, I'm gonna come check the eye, So I say, all right. So I show him, say, you don't need anything from the farm. And I said, no, my lad, nothing, So I said, no, you don't need even some honey or nothing, my lad. You see, so if I show the full, they say, my lad, I didn't even ask the man about the honey. And the man he's the one asking me about the honey. So I'm just saying that to show the item says, I and I, my lad. Are we the said angels? You see, come forward
Great song,
again.
my lad. Great song. Great song.
Blessed Lord.
Great song, priest. I'm not cutting you off. If you have your meditation, finish it. But a great song, guys.
Yeah, well, love, priest. Got you.
No, man, I ain't a black man. I just a straighten the eye.
Yeah, man, even
you want to test
seal
that theory?
If
you want to test that theory, you stand up behind a man, one of your brethren, and you behind him and call him, but don't open your mouth. Just look at him in heavens and call him in your mind. And you have wrong, my lad. Anyone can try that.
Honorable Chair, what you say is correct. So back in the day, when I and I, there about a greater unity amongst ourselves, I experienced that. I there my base, my store, and I meditate once, and not 1, 2, 3 times. Meditate once that I not see in a moment, like I would have said. Three times, I not see 3 times in a moment, and before the day out, who bust through the door?
Yeah.
That I have to say to the one, say I have meditate there this morning, brethren. And him say, say this morning I get up and meditate, so I come check the eye to Rasta.
Royal telephone.
My love.
It's real.
It, man. We have the powers,
it's
man.
real.
As us more time, we not really identify the powers in ourselves, but that's why the man always show. We're looking at ourselves, my lad. Don't look out to yourself. You see?
And please advise, no parent doesn't get a child everything. Them give them a portion, but you have to work with that.
Child. Yeah, you mash up your child if you do that. Them have to learn by experience, though. You give them enough, them can learn to fly and leave the nest, but the rest them have to achieve, so them can embrace it and know that it is valuable.
So that's the mission we on. We're not here by coincidence, my lad. As me always say, that's 1930. Was the first time. And just the other day, I don't know if you heard them read it. With them, I say, we'll meet up someone in Harlem in 1919. And a day first get exposed to Rastafari. Did I them read that, my lad?
But then they had them here, and I talk about that many times, brethren. My lad, we talk about the gingerbread caper that oil did get caught up in when he was running the tea shop in Harlem. And mysteriously, the grandmaster of the Ku Klux Klan them was dying. That the Ku Klux Klan leaders them went underground because, and that was when the propaganda come out that the king of Abyssinia, who is the supreme head of the Nyabingi, his arms extend beyond the borders of Africa.
Rastafari. Yeah.
So these are realities. We're just putting them together now, It takes time to be whole, family. It takes time to be whole.
Yes,
we are now putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yes,
and that's why I love the I always advocating for unity. Because that is the power that we are lacking. See? And that's why so much. My lord, the floor. I leave the floor. I leave to the island.
Chair, my lord.
Chair.
Floor is open.
To the chair.
Honorable my Lord or Empress, go through.
Okay. I just want to, blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for all information shared today. So I am looking at the chat, the YouTube chat. And once I ask, I'm just going to read some of the statements that are being made. Maybe someone's here. It says, the council wants to delve up into too many religions and philosophies. Then another one, and then they came back and they said, what this have to do with Bobo Shanti? Then they come back and they said, return to your first love, the first teaching, so I will spew you out of the mouth, said I am, cut off Ahab and Jezebel. Okay, that is just pray for all idols. So though it, and then it says here, man say India not disturbed. And one said the AI thing not working out, robot thing. Don't know if ones want to respond.
Well, you know, the prophecy says,
I will respond, Empress, because like what I was going to say, you asked the question. I will begin by saying the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey pointed us to read good books and to become a knowledgeable people. He also called us to become a race of scientists. My Lord Empress. So, and then coming to forward to the statement now, I was going to tell Priest Rasavana that careful him will get titled that he might involved in Hinduism. Because I, as a one who was aware of mystics before, even when King Emmanuel found out that that was one of the weaknesses in many of the priests that I saw there to advance. Even if they want to advance in a certain thing, them not do it openly. Because, like, if you are going to learn the knowledge of other mystics, and through the man of African, it was like a violation, and a man who wants to see weak. So it was like to me, a sentimental pride. My Lord and Empress, what you say?
Close the mic, close the
mute
mic.
your mic if you're not talking. Mute your mic. Mute mic. Yeah,
Can I jump
remember
in?
Jah himself tell us all manner right is one, you know. The truth is one. The truth has no skin color or no nationality. The truth is the truth. So all we're reading about there is the truth and the capacity and the capability of God in flesh. In flesh. You know? And it's not a stranger to it. Can we read them kind of historical readings already? So yeah, so my people perish because of lack of knowledge. All we are showing the world is that what we are doing not just start the other day. It's from creation. So we are connect our African consciousness, our African spirituality. We are show what we really are dealing with coming up. So we bypass enough barriers and show the what we say that word, cultural continuity of I and I along the way, our journey. My Lord and Empress,
My
floor
Lord.
is open.
Can I
We
jump
hear the
in?
comments.
Can I jump in?
Yes, yes, my Lord.
All right, my Lord. Just quick to answer. Too many name call after respond. Family. Who are we? We are Rastafari. Who is the defender of the faith? Rastafari. See? What did Rastafari say to do? Seek secular knowledge. What is secular knowledge? Knowledge that exists in creation. So we are drawing from all knowledge, and we are not. It is not about. And I'm not even going to make a disclaimer here because I was going to say it's not about other people's faith. My Lord, faith is faith. Like I just said, honorable priest, the truth is the truth, no matter even if the Pope speak it. seeing what a lot of those questions, you know what they display? Self-hate. Those are people that who are responding, you hear what I'm saying? The council. Those are ones that are opposing the council just to oppose. You understand? So it's not even necessary to even address them because they're the ones that need to go learn who help is, learn who they are. Because it's just they don't know who they are. They are when they hear other people's truth and other people's concepts. Seeing, I and I is not threatened by any concept in our earth. I will go and sit in Vatican like emperor and reason with the Pope with no fear and stand within my integrity, with my courage and defend the right that King Emmanuel, seeing, rising I and I. See? So you see the fear syndrome that they want to put down on one. That's why most one don't ask no question and don't make no sound, you know. They're on the platform and they're afraid to speak because they're afraid to be attacked. My lord, ones can say anything they want to say about Rastaman. I am good. See, I have no problem with that because it only shows that they are not ready yet for the path that they are to walk and the role that Jah is building I and I for. We are priests. And if we are priests of the Melchizedek order, which is the oldest and highest order, see, we are supposed to have greater knowledge than even what we are hearing now. Greater knowledge than that. And we are not there yet. Those who are speaking is definitely nowhere near where the elders are at this point. See, what does it have to do with Bobo? What do you think we're doing? It's a class. You're drawing teaching material from different places to teach. This is the Jerusalem schoolroom. Ones come to Bubba, but I don't know what the hell them come to Bubba for. The ones come to Bubba for. Is it to be part of a cult? What is it? Because I came to that to learn myself, to learn who I am. See, so I can be a greater self. And in so being, I can teach my children, my grandchildren, and anyone that just put across my pathway. See, knowledge is power, no matter where the knowledge comes from. Honorable, please now.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. To the chair, man.
Priest Earl and then Priest Naps.
A priest Nap, and I, priest Nap.
Priest Nappy. Honorable pardon. Priest Nappy, are you?
Yes, Majesty. You know, well, part time, you know, we're boxing ourselves too much. And we know, you know, from long time we have a way where we not go on nobody else's church and we know, because for some reason we don't know what it is. But them thing they did, I fear they did, you know. And I tell a man, my lad, in this journey, you see, if you can see the goodness in the other one, it'll come away. You know, if you just think say it's just you alone and your way where you foresee is just right. Let me tell you something. You see the history of even Rastafari, when you go down in the root history of Rastafari, I come up in the earliest. It was a bridging from the Indian faith, you know, where show the how well are the brethren certain little realms, certain spirituality, because film will never get touched. Like how the African man won't get touched. And the African man could have used that and come in until we come into all where we are used the Naya Bingi now.
Dark truth, Nappy. Dark truth, honorable priest.
Yes, and the Naya Bingi now it comes. So, well, one faith in it. You see me and the Indian man faith, me not no problem with him. You see the Chinese man, me not no problem with him, my lord and empress. You know me I deal with. There's a problem with the man who come do me and come change my right to wrong. You know me I deal with. And and the only way we can do that is reasoning and teaching. You know. I was just majesty. Yes, sir. I was just a media majesty. Give thanks.
We're not here to preach no group superiority. We come to show the common link in all faith. Emperor Selassie say all man and woman of faith is spiritual kinsman and woman. You know? So we see that common connection in all faith. Because we know it all come out of Africa. And that's where we are trying to find ourselves and mold ourselves and build ourselves on such foundations and facts. My lord, floor is open.
My Lord and Empress. In the creed said the
Victoria, my lord.
My Lord and Empress. In the creed said protectorate of all human faith and ruler of the universe. That means him, whatever you profess, is God divine, is the protectorate of all of it. No,
my Lord.
Even in the Islamic faith, even Muhammad is stated of saying, all is spiritual kinsman. That means what I try to say, we're all spiritually connected, whether we say Muhammad, whether we say Buddha, Allah is God, Hare Krishna is God, all these things. In India, they have a mountain called the Hindu Kush that go to show you the influence of Ethiopia spreading to there.
The Ganges River, Emperor Ganges.
Right, and then we have a book called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ.
Yes, my lord.
Them say name Levi, who went up into the of India and get the Sanskrit culture. We have the lost books of the Bible and the forgotten books of Eden, which tells you of the infancy of Christ. And if you read some of the things, you would have said Jesus was a very mischievous child. If you read some of the things, the forgotten books of the Bible, of lost books of unforgotten books, lost books of Eden and the forgotten books of the Bible, right? And the Aquarian Gospel and the lost books of the Bible and forgotten books of Eden comment each other in similar doctrines of the infancy of Jesus the Christ. You understand? All right, prime example in the last books of the Bible, the forgotten books of Eden. Jesus was a little youth, and the youth them offend him, and him was a man that could have bring figurine alive. And make the figurine them lick down the other youth them who offend him. And one day, them bring the argument to Joseph, and Joseph ring him ears. And him look upon Joseph and say, you only get the right to do that because my father in Zion let you do that. You understand? So, we always see Jesus get put over in this high, divine, unblemished behavior, but when you read some of the books outside the Bible about the infancy of Christ, it was very mischievous, I'm telling you. You understand? So, we not to look out ourselves, brethren, because if we even look upon it, you know, we blessing. No for me, are one of them, Boba. Me no in the chosen this thing, you know. Because me I deal with what before Israel they get chosen for be any people. Me no in this chosen this what make me special more than anyone call my name Israel. Because if we really go down to it, Israel is a man named Jacob. Imagine them take a man family and turn them in a tribe. The man have 13 children. And his daughter Dinah is not recognized because she was so-called defiled by Shechem and his brothers. You understand? So Jacob had 13 children, not 12. But 12 of them, which is the sons, became tribe. You see how people take the Bible. Remember, everything is a human construct, you know. Every striking thing on planet Earth where man reason is a human construct. Right about now, only people are tapping into quantum physics and AI and all of these things. You understand? And if you're the mind sharp, a man duplicate every single one of we and we have so through AI and make we look like we have do something out of order. You understand? So if we rise up and understand what's going on, and we tap into all of these things, you know, it's I and I I remember when I man eat Christian bookshop, I man go to back in the days and get most of I man book of Enoch, last all the same last books of the Bible and the forgotten books of Eden, right? See a Christian bookshop, me go get them right about now. You're lucky if you can find a Christian bookshop in the high streets of London right now.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
when we did that, we could have find whole heap of Christian bookshop and we could have got a Christian bookshop and get I holy book them. Priest Bandula used to get Amharic Bible through a Christian outlet in Nottingham here. You understand? So, you know, I have to understand before all was, you know, all this way we are come seeing a earth, it did there before we did there and it did a talk before we just come and step on what
Thank
already
you.
was try to evaluate it. Not new under the sun for true. You
My
understand?
God.
All
Mama.
culture and most things were fashioned before most of us did even come here. And that is the
My
truth.
God.
God and Empress.
Bless.
Blessing.
Mama
Honorable
Lily.
Empress Lily May, Majesty.
Blessed is the love to one and all. Give thanks for this very, very interesting topic tonight and all knowledge shared. And I must confess that I drop a rest. So it reasoning. But I got up and heard the last part of the reasoning. The second part, I should say, of the reasoning. And I give thanks and glorify for each and every one who voiced their opinion. Bright scholars, man of big affairs, Marcus Messiah Garvey say. And Pizarrigan, give thanks for the books that you mentioned. I have read most of them. And Jesus Christus was missing out of the Bible from he was 12 until he returned. And the man studied in the temples of India.
Yeah.
And he went all of his tests and passed every one of his tests.
Yep. In Egypt.
Ethiopia, India, all of them is one, you know, as man divided, you know.
Yes, sir.
Because the highest learning come from Ethiopia. Remember, say it's the angels them that build the temple, you know, churches. You know.
True thing, Empress.
True sound, Empress. All of them is one.
You're right. So when we make these Europeans come now and divide us up and like India and Ethiopia and Ethiopia and India. Ethiopia, the whole Africa is Ethiopia.
That's
we are
right.
one. Emmanuel say we are one.
Yes, sir.
It's just that we have the understanding and the learning and open our minds. Because one time, I have a lot of time in Ethiopia and was studying. I went into Buddhism.
Okay.
Just curiosity, you know, and I learned a lot.
A lot.
You know, Christianity have their place. Rastafari have their place. Even Ramadan have their place because Ramadan and Lent start on the same day.
Yeah, this go wrong. And this go wrong, yeah.
Yes. And the Orthodox started the Sunday.
Okay.
And Jah is a God of everyone.
Of all.
And Jah love all of us. And just say
not some of us.
And his deities, all are one. So as man come up with their local individualists and put this one higher and that one higher. Jah love all and just good to all.
Rastafari.
Is where a man put his meditation to reach. You know? And Jah gave every man his pay according to his works. If you want, like I say, Jacob ladder, if you want to stay on the first step, you're free.
But we climbing. We are climbing, Prince.
Right. If you want to climb, and if we can't look at ourselves because of, if we want to attain spiritual integrity and uprightness and power, we can attain to it. But it's a great sacrifice.
Yeah.
I give thanks and praise for all King Emmanuel taught us. Everything King Emmanuel has taught us, the Black Christ come. And this time to bring the resurrection. I'm a witness, like Isaiah 43 say, he has chosen me.
Yes.
To be a witness that this man kept a perfect Sabbath. King Emmanuel is Lord of the Sabbath. And this time, come and teach us by example how to keep the Sabbath. And even in the book, what the Better Israel Anthology, they call it Palasha Anthology. I ain't going to talk about that one there. Do you know what blessing the Sabbath come with? The Sabbath has luminous.
Blessed love and Empress.
Blessed.
Make sure finish, someone.
Go through. All right.
Honorable, beautiful. I can't always remember as well. Recitation. Glorified. Beloved. That's the word I come down on Boba Hill, beloved. And God. And just say, if we pray in this name and believe in it, we shall be saved. Just say, all our sickness shall be healed. He said, those who have illness, like in those days, leprosy, we can say cancer. He said, they shall be healed from their sickness. And he said, those who have evil spirits, like illusions, you have the higher self and the lower self be struggling,
Yes,
for supremacy. And just say he shall liberate, us. They call the name Baya and some other name, but we know it's just illusions, evil spirits that try to take us away from our higher self. Just say he should liberate us. And just say also that if we pray on the Sabbath day, that he would give us, remission of sins. You understand me? And just say, and Bobo Shanti, that we don't walk about and go about on Sabbath day. But in this book, he said that anyone who want to give alms anywhere, they're free to do so. And I have no problem with that. Although King Emmanuel tell us that even in the camp that we mustn't go from house to house on Sabbath. If it's not tabernacle, you go and you rest. And then there's another other part. This is the book of Abba Elijah. It said, if you honor my Sabbath, I will give you my peace and my grace. Send you my great help. And I'll listen to your prayers and forgive your sins. I'll deliver you speedily from the great fire of oven. And I will deliver you from your enemies that hate you. I will deliver you from plundering and invasion. And I'll give you a land, a fruitful land that you will eat and enjoy. I will multiply your days and not abandon you ever. This is the blessing of the Sabbath. If you honor Sabbath.
Science, yeah, man.
Yeah, and just say, he will redeem us, from the day of vengeance. And he'll Bring us into a land where there's no desolation and give us a rest where there's no death. Holy Manuel eyes.
That's the eye.
Yeah,
Rastafari.
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 I can go on and on and on, but other speakers, and I just give thanks for this elder council that, bringing secular knowledge, to the forefront,
Rastafari.
I give thanks for that.
Yes,
Give thanks for dropping some wisdom on us. That was some sweet wisdom you dropped on us. Give thanks.
Rastafari.
In Ethiopia, and I am learning. Like I tell people, I never come home to work. I come home to study and rest, I'm Priest Adigan, my Lord. Blessed love.
Yes, give thanks
Yeah, man. Your time now, Honorable Priest Adigan.
No. Let me ask Priest Adigan one thing. Priest Adigan.
Yes.
You said you want to go to Jezagoro.
Who?
Jezagoro, where His Majesty was reincarnated.
Jezagoro?
In Harar. In Harar, she talking.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. All right.
You mentioned it one time, a long time ago, in one of your speeches. You want to visit.
I know I'm not 100%, but one of the stories I know is that they have a tree.
Yes, I saw the tree. I went
with His Majesty's navel was cut and put under that tree, and that they boil the root from that tree when people are sick, and they drink from it. So that is a mystery, one of the mysteries of horror I know pertaining to
I went to Jezagoro, my second visit to Hara, and the place is very beautiful. And I saw the tree, but the tree is like this, that every time a tree reaches a certain age and it dies out, they plant a new one in the spot.
Okay.
And I tell you, I won't say the mystics that I see now, because I've been talking a long time. I know the program is soon gonna wind forward.
Yeah.
But
you mentioned about the philosophers. Priest Imes was inquiring about a book, and it's that same name. And I searched. He was asking about it, and then when I do some little research, I found that I had it in my collection and from PDF. So,
do you know Majesty sanctify that book?
Rastafari.
Wolf, yes, the black official, because they don't like the Falasha come like the name nigger. So I don't use that.
Better Israel.
Yes.
Yeah, that is even like this word, gala, back in the day.
Yes. They say mama is gala.
If you call a Roma that now, you might see that, because when Menelik did use it, it meant it was referring to the aroma as the worst set of people. Gala meant you're the worst. And it's a word you
come from that side. Do you know her grandmother was named Menon also? That was Ras Ali's mother.
Okay.
Chedu was married to his daughter. Quebec.
No, people don't want to admit because Yashima Bet Ali, which is the emperor's mother.
Yes, every morning I give thanks for her. Because
he was a Roma.
Yes.
Ross McKinnon
he have a Roma in his family,
Ross McKinnon was the Amara. And Yashima was the aroma. It was common practice back in the day for Muslim and Christians to get married.
Of course.
And it did amongst the royal elms as well.
Yes.
Because if you check His Majesty's background, him come from a humble beginnings, him never was in the palace from the get-go.
No. And do you know, say, His Majesty, when he went to be governor in Oromo, his mother, the Shemebet Ali mother, was his housekeeper in Hawassa. And right now, Hawassa is one of the beautiful places in the south, with Wando Gennett and Shashamani.
But them said that
so much to learn.
Them say Yashimabet passed away when the emperor must have reached 2-year-old.
Yes. In childbirth.
Yeah. But you got
A
another one.
great genealogy was shared with the family when we interviewed. I don't know if they them remember. When
I
we
remember,
interviewed.
and him tell me the tribe thing was never no big thing. The Oromo and
Yes,
Yamara
Prince
because
Mary.
they play together.
Exactly, my lord. Him say him never know nothing about them thing they growing up until when they got invaded and everything got changed upside down. Just like how Africa was one nation of people until 1885 with the shattered glass Berlin Conference. So yes, Mama, love the reasoning.
And do you know,
Yes,
say
ma'am.
that the Roman people, they are very flexible. They will convert
What you mean by
Christianity
flexible, Mama? What you mean by flexible?
if they married into a Christian family, they become what you call a Christian.
Okay.
Yes. There was not like those, they never have like those staunch religious
Stigma, yeah.
stigma. That's why
Yeah.
the Amara and the Habasha could have lived together in unity of matrimony.
You know,
I give
I
thanks.
heard, Mama, I heard an interview with one of the intellects of Ethiopia. One of I Bridging from New York was visiting. He's a journalist like I and a historian. And he was interviewing him. It's on the internet, on YouTube or somewhere. And he asked the Virgin. He was, as a matter of fact, he went there because of what he heard, how they were changing out the image from the ancient images out of the church because of the influence of the Western churches partnering with the Orthodox Church. And they
My heart.
them, to change out the image. So when in interviewing him, he said something. I don't agree with a lot of what he said, but he said something at the time. I didn't agree with it, but over time I have come to understand what he was trying to say. He said that it doesn't matter to us as Ethiopians what color you're depicting God, because if God is the universal representation of all people, then he must be white, Chinese, but all the different ethnicities.
Yes.
And at that time, I bringle because through the blackness in I and the Africanness and the black supremacy vibe and all of that, I am saying, what am I talking about? Nah, man, the history of I and I, we don't know say Christ come to but at the time. But when you look at it now, you can understand when your spirituality grows, those little segregated syndrome.
I have some wonderful, faithful European brothers and sisters that I love just as much as my black brothers and sisters, Chinese.
Mama, I have a bridge in here right now. I have more than one. I have two real white bridging that I would say real bridging. One of them just Steve. He was the engineer for my Gavi program.
I remember.
And that bridging, no matter how offer him funds, because he's an engineer and bring all him equipment and everything, no matter how we try to commission him to just, he would not take a cent. Okay? And that bridging, if I break down anywhere, and no matter what time of night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I reach out, he's coming. I can call my bridging them. I can.
Do you know, say, those who accept the Black Christ in flesh and his majesty, they know what their race done. And they repent and ask us to pray for their race because they know, say, what they did to us.
Well, it's like the Virgin. I sent the Virgin, I met him from he was in high school. And I encouraged him to come out here. And he's one of the fortunate Caucasian that met Dada. That came to Bobo Hill back in them time there and met Dada. See? And that Virgin has been a solid Virgin twice. That Virgin learned the culture. Him don't mess with black people, black woman, I mean. He takes his Caucasian wife. He will not put his hand up
You have a
ironite drums.
Caucasian family, yes?
Yeah, he will not touch ironite drums because he learned the culture.
For everyone that Jah create. And Jah's the God of all. And we listen to our Psalms, Jah say he's good to all. He open his hand and satisfy the desire of every living thing, you know?
So, mama, I'm telling you, that Virgin sat through 15, 17 years of black supremacy. The things that we have presented on the Garvey program have been some heights of blackness. And him sit down there every year and then take it and love it as a Caucasian Rastafari. And it don't offend him. Many times I thought that he would have been offended because, so we don't mince words and the images and everything, the history. And he sits there and he takes it over and he loves it. I mean, he does not waver an ounce. See? So I have to deal with people as people. First of all.
Of course, and I love my black supremacy. So anytime, how I post anything, I don't partial to like them with,
Truth. As long as it's truth, not hate.
Of course, it had to be truth. I don't push nothing other than truth.
Exactly, not hate.
Amongst us, and amongst us, we have Honorable Priest Daniel, an Irish brethren, what is an article soul, my Lord and Empress.
I met him at Bobo Hill. I met Jah at Bobo Hill.
Side. Article brethren.
Chair, Honorable Chair, please, sir.
Honorable Priest, my Lord. Priest Earl, I can unmute your mic. Wow. Priest Azzy, long time Rasta. Yes, Priest Earl, go on.
Unmute your mic, no, Priest.
I'm goodly.
Yeah, keep moving.
Honorable Priest Azzy Royal, unmute your mic and bless you. Long time we not hear your voice.
Royal of my Royal Host Majesty. Give
My
thanks
Lord.
for life and a life giver, my Lord.
Rastafari.
Most High, Selassie, Jah.
Yeah. Rastafari.
Man, so good
Yes,
and how pleasant it is for I to dwell in love and unity, And the whole world, when just speak is a universal thing. So, the man said, one God for us, sir. One
Not
God
true.
for us, sir. If I say that, you know me, say the master they are moving in disciple and saying, see man over there, so them a cast out demon. And he say, what should I do with them? He said, who is not against us is with us.
Rastafari.
One spirit bind. He said, the cards that bind us to the altar, I love, I want. And Jerry in the heart of all flesh.
My Lord.
Of all flesh. But when Israel got through our Bible, people say that in book and Bible, we study that and see what happened. Realize that when Israel, enough man realize the power when have. And he said, just say, all this power for the black world, man. It's the black world of people. Him still no member to just say, Jah is all kind of man. Invisible, invisible, so come true. They come show you a thing to a next one where you need to look for him because you want to humble you. And when his man just come and say what life have taught him, you go say, man, say, the Almighty that, and he said, what life have taught him. So you hear when man say, what life have taught him. The Almighty is a harder man. So I'm sure that the harder show him, you know what I mean? Remember, even when the man come with plane, the man said, His Majesty, if man go up on them plane there, and the man, enough man lick down them snuff things, you know. Even when His Majesty go Europe and go to Palace, no, man lick down this and lick down that. That's where the virgin that speak about, the virgin there where the Naya being man, them love. Owen. When the man left, go Ethiopia and come forward, you know, I see him with Marcus Garvey, they have problem with platform thing and come a yard and so we now use where church use. Because I can show Garvey that too. Now is where church use. African spirituality we are use. We are make drum. And we are make it a goat skin and that and we are play with own thing now being that's so we are dealing with it. You see it? So I'm gonna just know Marcus Garvey say some of my good friends some white people too. You know, look right around Ireland, every culture. Every culture. A different name.
We get thanks to the high voice once more, my lord.
Yeah, man, true sound you talk, priest. Yeah, man, true sound you talk.
Pardon one moment. When you study every what they want to call religion or culture, and you find to them stand up with one thing, and which is life. From the beginning, going right down to the sealer, where you can see everything come out in one like where the river I'm going to see. The Rasta man, the Indian man, you know, the Buddhist man, you know, everyone comes out. You see, the American and Indian, when them say native, all these people come out when you go up and go, that's a civilization set, yes, so when life bring. Not like where the American civilization bring. Real about Babylon. Our life bring. You see, and we learn from everyone. We read Hinduism, Buddhism, all them kind of Americans one. But a man just give different names. Because when you check it out, him say even names that heaven can contain. Like that David saying and praying. So not even I and I can name her. Because I say him or her. But they want someone that's a positive or negative. A man or a woman same way. Me, the principle. You know? That stand. So we can't name it. We can't even name it. So we don't have to squabble about names and them things, my lord, again. Even a book it tell when Paul and must let that go back, move on. Let's move from that and go forward. And nobody big about them little thing there, like names and these things. And this we're going to keep the commandments, the Almighty commandment. Because that is saying Ecclesiastes 12. I'm on duty that. You see it. So when I'm implementing a preserve of any culture you're going to see it, you just know say the Almighty God that. So when you go and see it, nobody feel like say, I know you have something to do it. All right, they say if we do it, that's why Jamaica go and see it. Anywhere we go. And no one start realize now, so I and I alone cannot do it. And Jah for make you something back against the wall if you realize say, we moving all people, man. When you see that what you go through with it. You see, because they give us our freedom, redemption, repatriation. I just right against wrong. The man say, man, march down wrong and keep up the right. You know, the strangers that travel with Israel. Who was the strangers them time there? I say, don't mistreat the strangers in your gate. Treat them just like one of you. Who was the strangers them time? So that was Bible way, so as we said, the Bible not wrong, you know, with them won't put tonight, but with to I first Bible and we write the Bible and I look into it, and what belongs to us and what is the real Bible, the real book. You know, so I hit the
give thanks on
it. My Lord, blessed you. Bless. Give thanks for life again, Majesty.
Yeah, man.
Blessed, honorable priest, give Rastafari. Yes, my Lord, I'm privileged.
Yeah, but we seal up. As the priest just said, Marcus Garvey met with the KKK and whole heap of black ones came out against him because he did that. And they didn't even take in what he was doing. They didn't understand what he was doing at the time. As a visionary, he was ahead of his time. The man tell the KKK, I and you have no problem. because you are defend your white supremacy, I defend my black supremacy. You want America, I want Africa. I am willing to give up any holdings in the Western Hemisphere, but Africa belongs to I and I. Clear,
Exactly.
clear. No opposition. See, yeah, man, the man is defender of the faith of all people. God dwelleth in all, every living one, no matter what complexion and what nature they are, as long as they have life, is the source of the Almighty within them. See, now we have to honor that and
Yeah.
respect that. Yes, Honorable
My
Chair.
bless.
Mhm.
Well, we give thanks for the day of reason, and I like bring it down now with the 7-star general and every priest Earl. You could have close it out fair now, my lord. Majesty
Bless
bless.
the love, my Lord. Bless the love, my Lord. One more word I'd like to say. I'm looking forward for the reasoning on the resurrection from the Elder Council.
What date is that?
3rd of April.
Okay. All right.
Right to man,
Put
but you
it-
know what the 3rd of April is also? It's the born day of our royal mother, Queen
Yes,
Menin.
that's in the Ethiopian calendar. The Ethiopian calendar, yes, and the 25th in the Georgian calendar. And
So
Priest
it's all
Rastavan, I give thanks and glorify for the Yakatit, they call it, I can't pronounce it right, the Yakatit
yes,
massacre.
yes, yes,
I give
Mama.
thanks for that, you know. I never saw the two heroes, the international Ethiopian heroes who boom up the white boy, you know.
Truly.
Because God
Yeah,
said,
man.
man of right is God and flesh, you know. And woman of right is goddess, you know. Don't care what race, you know. And men of wrong is Satan and flesh, Satan and flesh, you know. And women of wrong is Satanist and flesh, you know.
And the peace.
Rastafari. My lord.
When them two Ethiopians can't take it no more, man. Them say people gonna do something, we just can't sit down and make this white boy just come do us anything. And at 300, at 300 priests, monks, they killed, you know, and double MS, you know. And you know what some of them
300, 300 priests and 30,000 Ethiopians them killed for that incident. 30,000.
I talk about the priests when
Yeah,
they
300 priests.
yes, and you know, say when they go down there, the people them jump off the cliff before they judgment ball surrender to them. Especially the woman them just jump off the cliff.
Lebanos.
Yes, I.
Name in my mouth. The kid. You know what I pray on that day? I say, Jah, I know he in judgment by hell. And give him a double dose of judgment by fire in his judgment.
Honorable Empress Maisie.
Hey, man, give thanks to the reason, you know, powerful man. And blessing list to Mama Lily and, you know, what you have to say still. And give thanks to everyone who speaks today and those who don't speak. We give thanks to them, man. Yeah, man.
Empress Miriam, looking forward to Wednesday reason and Sister Dion, Sister Trish. We have a good time Wednesday.
Yes, honorable. Yes, honorable. Give thanks, man. Give thanks. And I counsel, glorify my counsel. I am, man. No respect my family, oh.
Rastafari.
All right,
I want to
family.
at the most Empress Lily May. At the most Empress Lily May talking a while, you know. We give thanks for
Yeah,
them.
bless up the Empress, Davida, bless up.
I love it, man. Give thanks, so.
Yeah.
I love to listen. I love to listen.
Bless the
Peace
love,
and love.
Empress. Yeah, man,
Bless.
bless
Blessed
you.
Lord,
Bless you.
blessed honorable,
Majesty.
honorable,
Blessed love. Freedom.
blessed heart of love, blessed heart of love. Give thanks. Honorable Empress Lily, blessed.
Blessed Ethiopian
Blessed love, blessed.
goddess.
Yes, Empress, Holy King Emmanuel, servant, Adonai, God, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, so we give thanks and praise for the 40 days fasting in the wilderness, moving through, you know. I think it's primarily a spiritual discipline. You know, it signifies a period of testing and purification, you know. So this 40 day in the wilderness is let's use it to deepen um our relationship with the Almighty I, Most High, King Emmanuel the Seventh, Adonai, God, Jah, Rastafari. It's the time to just gain a spiritual authority and to, you know, to continue to seek that divine breakthrough, you know, in the love as the reasoning. It's just a love and a oneness because God is in everyone, you know. So um, this 40 day fast is basically used as a form of repentance, you know. So some key reason is to imitate the Black Christ, that you know, to just imitate and to follow his example that he fasted and he prepared for his public ministry, you know, and he resists the temptation out there. So it's a time for us to dedicate, a time to dedicate ourselves to seeking the Most High. As the Empress was saying that, and a lot don't know what we're really fasting for, but you know, just a word, strength and power, you know, to focus on our prayer. Prayer is the key, you know, and reading, you know, at this time to build us a closer relationship with, you know, with our Creator. So it's basically a time for repentance and, as I say again, as the man did say, to renewal, you know. As the brethren said before, it is a time for humbleness, a time to be quiet, humbleness, you know, and basically turning away from sins and wrongdoings. And let's try to get to build ourselves up because we have to transform ourselves, you know, personally. Each one have to find that within themselves, personally. So it is a time for where we have to come together, you know, and those who are on 12 to 2, 6 to 8, you know, it's just a unity and breaking these spiritual barriers, you know. Family, we've been through a lot with ones and ones who move on and is still remembered, and we praying for that, you know, that spiritual barrier and to dismantle these demonic influences out there, you know, and just to continue gaining our spiritual victory, keep pressing on, you know. So this 40 day, the 40 represents a period of trial, you know, the trial we went through in the wilderness. So I give thanks for these few words, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love,
And
Empress.
for strength during this 40 days. I hope we continue the reasoning and,
We
you
certainly
know, just
will.
continue that spirit of love. Just love each
Right.
other in that oneness, as I say, give thanks and praise. So
Thanks for the love. Jah,
right.
Rastafari. Honorable Priest Earl, my Lord.
On perfect love.
My Lord.
Royal chair.
My Lord.
I'm not hearing you, you get very low.
I say, you can bless us with the closing prayer, my Lord.
All right, my Lord. You know, can I get a second?
Second, my Lord.
Yes, royal family, do give thanks, you know, again for such glorious reasoning, you know. Advance reasoning is better than preaching, you know. And, you know, when I get up reason, man, I just build yourself. I know nothing new. You see what I say, because of the black man, they done rule the whole of the world already. Anyway, you go, if I China, you go, I black man rule it. If you go India, I black man civilization. So Anyway, you go, you know. So that was ask your virtual reverence, you know, universal, international, you know. Give thanks and with us be all over good and all pleasant to his source, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head, that round down upon the beard, even here at beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As he do for a man, and as he do that ascend upon the mountain of Zion. For here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Almighty God, the Rastafari, great and terrible God, the Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the heart of all flesh. Oh, the Most High Eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. How thou Most High God, yeah, Rastafari. Day is dying in the west, Zion is touching earth it west. Wait and worship while a night. Set your evening lamp alight to all the land. Holy, holy, holy. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Rastafari. One perfect love, royal family. No love but the peace of the love on all.
Majesty bless.
Lord, give
My
thanks.
Lord and Empress.
Blessed love,
Blessed
blessed
love.
love.
Rastafari.
Thanks for the black throat.
Love, love.
Love, love, love. Yes, I. All right. Blessed heart of love, each and every one. Truly enjoy the program, my Lord.
All of the love.
Love, 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 love. Majesty, Lord. Honor the creation.
My salvation, who shall I stand? Lord is strength of my heart, of hope shall I be afraid. When the wicked mind and me upon me, my stand. They stumble and fell. The one ocean camp against me, my heart shall not fear. The war shall rise against me, then will I be confident. I think about the time, Lord, that will I think after. That I am telling the Lord all the days of my life. To behold the beauty of the Lord and to inquire in his temple. When the time of trouble he shall hide me in pavilion. The secret of the tabernacle shall hide shall set me up upon a rock. But now shall my head be lifted up, my enemies round about me. Therefore when I offer the sacrifice of joy. I will sing praise unto the Lord. Jehovah! Down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside, to lay your burdens. Down by the riverside, carry them no more.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks until we meet again. This has been a EABIC Council of Elders presentation on the Black Fast, the teachings of the Masters, and the teachings of the Masters of the Far East. Give thanks and do have a blessed, prosperous, loving upcoming week.
Give thanks,
That's
Honorable
right,
Empress.
blessed.
Honorable
Divine.
Magnus, Elder Council, my Lord and Empress, blessed until such time, my Lord.